She was sleeping in the front seat of a 2013 Honda Pilot with her 8-year-old daughter curled against her side when her phone lit up at 2:43 in the morning. The blue glow cut through the darkness of the Walmart parking lot, reflecting off the frost that had formed on the inside of the windshield. Outside, the temperature had dropped to 14 degrees. Inside, wrapped in every blanket they owned, layered fleece and wool and a sleeping bag with a broken zipper, it was maybe 40. Cold enough that Claire's breath came out in small clouds that hung in the air for a moment before dissipating. Cold enough that she'd woken 3 times already in the past 4 hours, reached back to pull the blankets tighter around Sophie's small shoulders, checked to make sure her daughter's face wasn't too cold, and tried to will herself back into whatever broken approximation of sleep she could manage. The text came from a number she didn't recognize, a 307 area code. Wyoming. Local but not familiar. It read, Claire Brennan, you are the sole heir to the estate of Raymond Brennan. Please contact Michael Hastings Law regarding a property in Carbon County, Wyoming. She stared at it for 30 seconds, her mind moving slowly through the fog of exhaustion and cold, and the particular kind of numbness that comes from 6 months of living like this. She almost deleted it, thinking it was a scam. Some new variation on the Nigerian Prince emails or the IRS warrant robocalls or the text messages claiming her bank account had been compromised. She had $8.47 in her checking account. There was no bank account to compromise. There was barely a life to compromise. She had a busted rear defroster, a slow leak in the front passenger tire that she refilled every 3 days at the gas station on Lincoln Highway, and no address to call home. She had absolutely nothing to lose by calling back. What she found on the other end of that line would change her life and nearly destroy her. Claire Brennan had not always lived this way. 2 years earlier, she had a 2-bedroom rental on Elk Street in Rawlins, Wyoming, a town of 9,000 people that sat along Interstate 80 in the high desert country of Carbon County. She had a steady job as a dental hygienist at the office of Dr. Patricia Morrison on Cedar Street, pulling down $38,000 a year with benefits. She had a husband named Travis who coached youth soccer on Thursday evenings at the rec center and grilled burgers on Memorial Day and 4th of July. She had a daughter named Sophie, who drew horses in every notebook she owned, whose bedroom walls were covered in sketches of Mustangs and quarter horses and Appaloosas, and who wanted to be a veterinarian someday, maybe work at a ranch up in Sheridan or down in Laramie. From the outside, the Brennans were unremarkable in the most beautiful way. Ordinary, comfortable, loved. The kind of family you'd see at the grocery store on Saturday morning, at the high school football games in the fall, at the Christmas parade that wound down Cedar Street every December with the volunteer fire department leading the way in a truck strung with lights. Then Travis tore his rotator cuff at the drilling rig outside Barrel, where he'd worked for 6 years as a derrick hand, 12-hour shifts in all weather, good money but hard on the body. He got prescribed oxycodone by a doctor in Casper who handed out prescriptions the way some people handed out business cards. 60 pills, then 90, then a standing refill that Travis started filling every 3 weeks instead of every month. He found another doctor when the first one finally noticed the pattern and cut him off. He found pills from a guy at work when the second doctor stopped taking his calls. Then he found dealers when the guy at work got fired and nobody else would sell to him. He started using quietly at first, just enough to take the edge off, to sleep through the pain. Then desperately, chasing a feeling he couldn't name but couldn't live without. Then violently, when the money started disappearing and Claire started asking questions, and the space between the man she'd married and the stranger living in her house became a chasm neither of them could cross. On a Wednesday morning in March, after Travis shoved Claire into the kitchen counter hard enough to crack 2 ribs and bruise her spine, after he screamed at Sophie to shut the hell up and sent her running to her bedroom with tears streaming down her face, After he tore through the house looking for cash or jewelry or anything he could sell, Claire waited until he'd passed out on the couch. Then she packed 3 bags, one with clothes for her and Sophie, one with Sophie's school books and drawings and the stuffed horse she'd slept with since she was 3, one with every document she could find, birth certificates, social security cards, Sophie's immunization records. She loaded them into the Honda Pilot she'd bought used 4 years earlier, strapped Sophie into the back seat, and drove to her friend Corinne Delaney's apartment on the south side of Rawlins. She did not leave a note. She did not call. She simply left, the way you leave a burning building, fast and without looking back. She stayed at Corinne's for 8 weeks. Corinne was good people, worked at the same dental office, had known Travis before the pills, and had watched the whole thing spiral with the helpless horror of someone who sees the crash coming and can do nothing to stop it. She gave Claire and Sophie the couch, stocked the fridge without being asked, drove Sophie to school 3 mornings a week without ever making Claire feel like a burden. But then Corinne's boyfriend Andre moved in, and the 1-bedroom apartment got too small for everyone's dignity. There were too many people sharing one bathroom, too many conversations happening in whispers, too much careful navigation around each other's lives. Claire found a room at a women's shelter on Spruce Street, the Gateway House, a former motel converted into temporary housing for women fleeing domestic situations. But there was a 4-month wait list. She put her name on it. She stayed in a motel, the Sunset Lodge on Sunset Street, $39 a night for 3 weeks. She paid in cash. She worked every shift she could get. She watched the money drain away like water through a sieve. And then one morning she went to pay for another night and realized she had $63 left in the world and nowhere else to go. That's when she started sleeping in the car. She told herself it would be temporary, just a few weeks until she could save enough for a deposit on an apartment, until the shelter had an opening, until something changed. She parked in the Walmart lot on Harshman Street because it was lit, because there was a bathroom inside that she could use in the morning to wash Sophie's face and brush her teeth, because the 24-hour store meant there were always people around, and that felt safer than parking in some empty lot somewhere dark, and because Frank Coulter, the night manager, had figured out their situation within the first week and had made a choice. Frank was maybe 62, 63, hard to tell. Big man going soft around the middle the way men do in their 60s. He wore a faded Denver Broncos cap over graying hair, jeans that had seen better years, and a blue Walmart vest over flannel shirts. He'd lost his left hand in Vietnam helicopter accident, and he had a prosthetic that he wore sometimes but not usually. He just had the stump, and he'd adapted. He could do anything one-handed that most people did with 2. He worked the overnight shift, 10 at night to 6 in the morning, walking the store, checking deliveries, keeping an eye on things. He'd come up to Claire's car the 3rd night they'd parked there around 2 in the morning, knocked on the window. She'd woken with her heart hammering, thinking security, thinking police, thinking they were going to be told to move along and where the hell would they go. But Frank had just looked at her, looked at Sophie asleep in the back, looked at the situation for what it was and said, "You need anything, bathrooms open, coffee's free in the break room. Just don't make a mess and don't cause problems." Then he'd walked away. No lecture, no judgment, no pity, just acknowledgement, "You're here, I see you. You're okay." She'd cried after he left, quiet tears that she wiped away fast so Sophie wouldn't wake up and see. That kind of simple human decency when you've lost everything, when you're living on the absolute edge, it cuts deeper than cruelty. Cruelty you can harden yourself against. Kindness breaks you open. She got work when she could. A few shifts at a coffee stand on Spruce Street, making lattes for truckers and ranch hands. 5 hours here, 4 hours there. Minimum wage plus whatever tips accumulated in the jar by the register. 2 weeks helping a catering company called Mountain View Events set up and break down weddings and corporate functions, hauling tables and chairs, arranging centerpieces, working 12-hour days for $15 an hour. 4 days of filing for an insurance office, entering data into spreadsheets, answering phones, pretending she had a real address when they asked for one on the employment forms. Her dental hygienist license was still active, current through next year, but the full-time practices wanted stable employees with reliable addresses and references, and a life that looked like it had its foundation on solid ground. The temp agencies that handled medical staffing called her back once, twice, then stopped calling when she listed the Walmart parking lot as her address on the third application, and the background check flagged it as invalid. Sophie, for her part, was extraordinary. She was 8 years old, third grade at Sage Elementary School on Rodeo Drive, with her father's dark hair that she wore in 2 braids Claire redid every morning in the Walmart bathroom, and her mother's blue eyes that seemed too old for her face now, like she'd seen things no 8-year-old should have to see. She had adapted to their situation with a resilience that broke Claire's heart on a daily basis. Sophie called the backseat of the Honda Pilot the nest. She kept her school books in an organized stack in the footwell behind the driver's seat, math workbook on top, reading book underneath, spelling list folded into the front cover. She kept her clothes in a canvas bag, rolled tight the way Claire had shown her so they wouldn't wrinkle too much. She never complained. She never cried, at least not where Claire could see her. She just existed in this new reality with a quiet acceptance that no child should have to learn. Every night before bed, Sophie would climb into the nest, arrange the blankets the way she liked them, pull her stuffed horse clothes, and say, "Good night, Mama," like they were in a regular house in a regular bed living a regular life. And Claire would say, "Good night, baby. Sweet dreams." And then she would sit in the driver's seat, tilted back as far as it would go, and stare at the roof of the car and wonder how the hell she'd gotten here and how the hell she was going to get out. Every night, Claire plugged her phone into the car's USB port to keep it charged. It was the one technological lifeline she refused to surrender. She'd let other things go: cable, internet, the Netflix subscription, the Spotify premium, all the small luxuries that add up to a life lived in the modern world. But the phone stayed. It held her banking app, what little money remained visible in stark numbers that seemed to shrink every time she looked. It held her job search apps, Indeed and ZipRecruiter and Monster, applications sent out into the void with responses that came back less and less frequently. It held her email, messages from the school about Sophie's attendance and permission slips and parent-teacher conferences that Claire attended looking as put together as she could manage. It held the photos, hundreds of them, Sophie as a baby, Sophie learning to walk, Sophie's first day of kindergarten, Sophie before everything fell apart. Claire scrolled through them sometimes at 3 in the morning when the cold made sleep impossible, and the weight of everything pressed down on her chest like a physical thing. She'd look at those photos and try to remember what it felt like to be the woman in them, the woman who smiled and had a house and thought the future was something you could plan for. That was where she was, tilted slightly in the driver's seat with a folded fleece blanket across her lap and Sophie breathing slow, and even in the back seat when the text arrived at 2:43 in the morning. She stared at it for a long moment, reading it twice, 3 times, trying to make sense of the words. Claire Brennan, you are the sole heir to the estate of Raymond Brennan. Raymond Brennan. The name pulled something from deep in her memory, dusty and half forgot. Great Uncle Ray. Her grandfather's younger brother. A man she'd met exactly 3 times in her entire life. Once at a family reunion in Casper, Wyoming when she was 9 years old, all the Brennan cousins and uncles and aunts gathered at a park for a summer afternoon, and Ray had shown up alone, stayed for maybe an hour, barely spoke to anyone. She remembered him as tall, weathered, quiet. He'd given her a pocket knife with her initials carved into the wooden handle, told her every woman should know how to use a knife, then disappeared before the food was even served. Her mother had laughed about it later, said that was just Ray, lived up in the mountains somewhere, didn't like people much. Came to family things out of obligation, left as soon as obligation was satisfied. The second time was at her grandfather's funeral 12 years ago when she was 24. Ray had stood in the back of the church in a canvas work jacket worn soft with age, weathered Carhartt pants, boots that had seen 1,000 miles of hard country. He hadn't sat with the family, hadn't come to the graveside service. He'd stood in the back during the ceremony, and when it was over he'd walked out before the reception, before the gathering at her grandmother's house, before any of the family had a chance to talk to him. She'd watched him leave, this ghost of a man, and wondered what made someone choose that kind of solitude. The third time had been when she was 19, working a clinical rotation at Memorial Hospital in Rawlins as part of her dental hygiene program. She'd been in the hallway outside the dental clinic reviewing patient charts when she'd looked up and Ray was there, just standing there like he'd appeared out of nowhere. He'd looked at her for a long moment and she'd seen something in his face she couldn't quite name. Recognition, maybe, assessment, like he was measuring her against some internal standard only he understood. Then he'd said exactly 4 words. "You're gonna be okay, kid." His voice had been rough, like he didn't use it much. Then he'd turned and walked away and she'd never seen him again. She'd asked her mother about it later and her mother had shrugged, said Ray was strange, always had been, lived alone up in Carbon County somewhere, kept to himself, sent Christmas cards but never came to Christmas. The kind of family member who existed on the periphery, acknowledged but not really known. She sat in the dark of the Walmart parking lot, the phone still glowing in her hand, and read the text 6 times before she called the number back. Her fingers were cold, stiff, and it took 2 tries to tap the number correctly. The phone rang 4 times. She almost hung up. Then a voice answered, professional, measured, slightly tired. The voice of a man accustomed to delivering unusual news at unusual hours. "This is Michael Hastings, attorney at law, Rawlins, Wyoming. Is this Claire Brennan?" His voice had the flat, neutral accent of someone who'd spent their whole life in Wyoming. Vowels slightly elongated, consonants precise. "Yes," Claire said. Her own voice came out smaller than she'd intended. "I got a text about Raymond Brennan." There was a pause, the sound of paper rustling, a chair creaking. "Miss Brennan, thank you for calling back. I've been trying to reach you for some time. Your contact information in our records was," he paused delicately, "no longer current. I'm calling regarding the estate of Raymond Brennan, who I understand was your great-uncle. I'm sorry to inform you that Mr. Brennan passed away 11 weeks ago, on August 13th of this year, at his home in Carbon County." And then, slowly and carefully, like he was reading from a script he'd practiced, Michael Hastings told her the rest. Ray had died alone in the cabin he'd lived in for the last 46 years on a 640-acre parcel outside the town of Sinclair, Wyoming. Heart failure, the county coroner had ruled. Went asleep and didn't wake up, which was probably the best way a man could go at 81 years old living alone in the mountains. Ray had no children. He'd never married. No siblings left alive, no close relatives, no one who'd checked on him regularly or noticed when he stopped collecting his mail. The propane delivery driver had found him, came up to refill the tank and saw Ray's truck in the same place it had been 3 weeks prior, knocked on the door, got no answer, called the sheriff. And in a handwritten notarized will that had been filed with Carbon County 3 years ago, witnessed and signed and legally ironclad, Raymond Brennan had left everything he owned to his great-niece, Claire Marie Brennan, daughter of Robert Brennan, the only child of Ray's nephew. Everything meant the land, 640 acres free and clear. The cabin, hand-built over years. The 1997 Chevy Silverado parked in the carport. Every bank account in his name, 2 accounts totaling approximately $52,000. All personal property, tools, equipment, everything. "There must be a mistake," Claire said. Her voice came out strange and thin, like she was hearing it from underwater. I barely knew him. I met him maybe 3 times in my whole life. Why would he leave me anything? That is not uncommon in estate situations, Michael Hastings said. Family relationships are often more complex than they appear from the outside. The will is clear and legally sound. Mr. Brennan was of sound mind when he executed it, had it properly witnessed and notarized. I've been trying to reach you for 7 weeks, Miss Brennan. You moved, it appears. Your last known address was on Elk Street, but mail sent there was returned as undeliverable. It took some time to locate you. Yes, Claire said quietly. I moved. She looked out at the parking lot, the harsh fluorescent lights making everything look flat and colorless. Frank was making his slow circuit along the storefront in his Broncos cap, checking doors, his breath visible in the cold air. She thought about how to explain the past 6 months and realized there was no way to explain it that didn't sound like a confession of failure. I've been staying with friends, she said. It's been temporary. There was a pause on the line, and when Michael Hastings spoke again, his voice was gentler. Are you somewhere safe, Miss Brennan? She felt something crack inside her chest. The question was so simple, so direct, asked with what sounded like genuine concern, and she realized she couldn't remember the last time anyone had asked her that. Are you safe? Such a basic thing, such a fundamental requirement for a human life. And the answer was no. She wasn't safe. She was sleeping in a car with her 8-year-old daughter in 14-degree weather with $8 in her bank account and nowhere to go. But she heard herself say, I will be, because that felt more true than no. I will be safe. I'm going to be okay. I'd like to meet with you, Michael Hastings said, to go over the estate details, transfer the deed, handle the probate paperwork. The property is yours, Miss Brennan. It's just a matter of making it official. When can you come to my office? 2 days later, Claire drove the 3.5 hours from Rawlins to Sinclair with Sophie in the back seat drawing horses in her notebook. The drive took them east on Interstate 80, then north on Highway 130, up out of the high desert, and into the foothills of the Medicine Bow Mountains. The landscape changed gradually, sagebrush and red rock giving way to pine forests and aspen groves bare and white in late October. The sky was the kind of blue you only get in Wyoming, deep and endless, stretching from horizon to horizon without a cloud in sight. The mountains rose in the distance, the Medicine Bow Range already white with early snow above the tree line, sharp peaks against blue sky. Sophie watched out the window, not saying much, her pencil moving across paper as she captured the shapes of horses that existed only in her imagination. Claire drove and tried not to think too hard about what she was driving toward. The road to Ray's property turned off Highway 134 miles past Sinclair, a dirt track marked only by a dented green mailbox with Brennan painted on the side in faded white letters. The track wound through stands of lodgepole pine, narrow enough that branches scraped the sides of the Honda, rough enough that Claire had to slow to 15 miles an hour to avoid bottoming out on the ruts. It ran for almost 4 miles, climbing gradually, following the contour of the land. Then it opened suddenly onto a clearing and Claire's breath caught. The cabin sat in the center of the clearing, hand-built from logs gone gray with age and weather. Not large, maybe 30 feet by 50 feet, but solid-looking. A covered porch ran the length of the front, supported by posts made from whole trees with the bark still on. A wood pile was stacked 6 feet high along the north wall, split logs arranged with geometric precision, enough wood to last through 3 hard winters. A small creek ran along the southern edge of the property, maybe 15 feet across, clear water moving over stones. The mountains rose beyond, the Medicine Bow Range filling the western sky, bone-white peaks catching the afternoon sun. She pulled the Honda to a stop 20 feet from the cabin and sat there for a moment, engine idling, just looking. The clearing was maybe 2 acres, surrounded by pine forest on 3 sides, open to the west where the mountains were. There was a propane tank on a concrete pad near the back door, a carport made of rough lumber sheltering a dark blue Chevy Silverado that looked like it hadn't moved in months. A rusted wind vane on the cabin roof, shaped like a pronghorn antelope, turned slowly in the breeze. A cast iron hand pump stood near the creek, the kind you'd see in old photographs of homesteads, still functional looking. The whole scene had a quality of something out of time, like she'd driven not just 4 miles up a dirt road but 50 years into the past. Sophie said, "Is this ours?" "Yeah, baby," Claire said. "I think it is." They got out of the car. The air was cold, sharp with the smell of pine and wood smoke from some distant chimney. The silence was enormous, the kind of quiet you never get in town, where there's always traffic, always sirens, always something. Here there was just wind in the trees, water in the creek, the rustle of some small animal in the underbrush. Claire stood there in the cold Wyoming afternoon with Sophie at her side, and she felt something she hadn't felt in a long time. She couldn't name it right away. Then she could. She felt like she was home. Not the house on Elk Street, not Corinne's apartment, not any of the temporary places she'd stayed in the past year. This clearing, this cabin, this piece of ground that Ray had lived on for 46 years and left to her for reasons she couldn't begin to understand. She felt it in her bones, in her chest, some deep cellular recognition. Home. She didn't know yet that multiple people were already moving toward this property like wolves toward wounded prey. She didn't know that the story Michael Hastings had started to tell her was only the surface of a much older, much darker one. She didn't know that the land her great-uncle had guarded for 46 years in deliberate, purposeful solitude had been guarded for a reason, and that the reason was about to change her life in ways she couldn't yet conceive of. All she knew in that moment was that she was standing on ground that belonged to her, with a roof available that wouldn't leak, with a door she could lock against the world. She walked up the porch steps. The wood was worn smooth, solid under her feet. She unlocked the door with the key Michael Hastings had given her, an old brass key that looked like it had been copied from something even older. The door swung open on hinges that creaked. Inside, the cabin was dim, cold, still. Everything exactly as Ray had left it. A tin coffee mug sat on a small wooden table near the window, still half full, the coffee inside long since evaporated to leave a dark ring. A pair of reading glasses rested on top of a Louis L. Amer paperback novel, the cover worn nearly white from handling. A calendar hung on the wall, the old-fashioned kind with photographs of Wyoming landscapes, still open to August. The month Ray had died. A wood stove sat in the corner, black iron, cold now, with a split log resting across the grate as though he'd simply stepped away and meant to light it when he came back. The main room served as kitchen and living space. Cast iron pans hung from hooks above a propane stove, 3 burners, the kind you'd find in an RV. The refrigerator was an old Kenmore that ran on propane, unplugged now, door propped open to air out. A hand-pump sink stood against one wall, connected to what must be the well outside. Rough wooden shelves held dishes, canned goods, basics. The floor was wide plank pine, worn smooth in paths where Ray had walked for decades. The walls were unfinished logs, chinked with mortar, hung with a few tools, a coil of rope, a calendar from 2019 showing the Tetons. A ladder led up to a sleeping loft. A door in the back wall led to what she assumed was a bedroom. Sophie wandered through the space, touching things gently, her artist's eye taking in details. She found a bedroom, narrow, just big enough for a bed and a dresser. The bed was made with military precision, rough wool blanket pulled tight, pillow centered. A patchwork quilt folded at the foot. The dresser held a few changes of clothes, work shirts, jeans, wool socks. Everything clean, everything ordered. She found a second smaller room that had been used as a workshop, tools hanging on pegboard, wrenches and screwdrivers and saws arranged by size. A workbench scarred with decades of use, vise mounted at one end, coffee cans full of nails and screws sorted by type, a kerosene lantern, a portable radio, a stack of Mother Earth news magazines from the 1980s. She found a root cellar access through a trapdoor in the kitchen floor, steep stairs leading down into darkness. Claire found a flashlight on a shelf and followed Sophie down. The cellar was maybe 8 by 10 feet, walls lined with rough wooden shelves. Mason jars covered every surface, preserved vegetables, fruit, jam, pickles, the work of someone who planned to be self-sufficient through hard winters. Potatoes in wooden crates, onions in mesh bags. The air was cool and dry and smelled like earth. Sophie climbed back up and went outside. Claire followed and found her standing at the edge of the clearing, looking at something across the meadow. 3 pronghorn antelope stood 200 yards away, watching them with dark eyes. They were beautiful, tan and white, built for speed, perfectly adapted to this high country. Sophie pulled out her notebook and started sketching, her pencil moving fast, trying to capture them before they ran. But they didn't run. They just stood there, chewing, watching, unbothered. Like they'd seen Ray standing in this same spot 1,000 times and understood that humans who lived here weren't threats. "Can we stay here?" Sophie asked, not looking up from her drawing. Claire looked at the cabin, at the mountains, at the sky going pink now as the sun dropped toward the peaks, at the space and silence and possibility of it all, at the wood stove that would need lighting, the propane tank that would need filling, the water pump that would need priming, all the small challenges of living in a place like this. And she thought about the Honda Pilot, the Walmart parking lot, the fear that lived in her chest every night that someone would knock on the window and tell them to move along, and where would they go then? "Yeah, baby," she said, "I think we can." The next morning, Claire drove back to Rollins alone, leaving Sophie with Corinne, who'd agreed to watch her for a few hours. She walked into the offices of Michael Hastings Law on Cedar Street at precisely 9 in the morning as scheduled. The office was on the second floor of a 2-story building above Carson's Hardware, accessible by a narrow staircase with a slightly uneven third step. The reception area was small, wood-paneled, smelling like old paper and strong coffee. A young woman at the desk looked up and smiled. "Miss Brennan, Mr. Hastings is expecting you." Michael Hastings turned out to be a compact man in his early 50s, maybe 5'8", solid build going soft around the middle. Thinning brown hair combed carefully to one side, reading glasses that he wore on a chain around his neck. Clean shaven, pressed shirt and tie despite the small town setting. He had an office that looked out over Cedar Street, file cabinets lining one wall, a desk buried in paperwork, photographs on the walls showing younger versions of himself at various outdoors locations, fishing, hunting, the obligatory Wyoming lawyer recreations. He stood when Claire entered, came around the desk, shook her hand with a firm grip that lasted exactly the right amount of time. "Miss Brennan, thank you for coming. Please sit." He gestured to a chair across from his desk and resumed his own seat, lacing his fingers together in a gesture that Claire would come to recognize as his tell, the thing he did when choosing words carefully. He laid out the estate paperwork across the desk, organized in folders, each document explained in sequence. Raymond Brennan had owned 640 acres outright, no mortgage, no lien, purchased in 1977 for $8,000 cash. 47 years he'd owned it. Paid property taxes faithfully every year, never late, never missed. Had 2 bank accounts, both at First National Bank of Rollins. Checking account with $38,000. Savings account with $14,000. Total liquid assets of $52,180. Had a 1997 Chevy Silverado with 112,000 miles, registered and titled. Had the cabin. "It's a hand-built structure," Michael Hastings said. "Ray built it himself over several years. Approximately 1,600 square feet, main floor and sleeping loft. Built in phases between 1978 and 1985 according to county records. It's not modern, Miss Brennan. There's no central heating, no municipal water, no sewer connection. The plumbing is functional but basic, hand pump well. There's a wood-burning stove as the primary heat source. Propane for cooking. Solar panels. Ray installed himself for minimal electricity. Root cellar for food storage. It's essentially an off-grid homestead. I want you to have realistic expectations about what you're inheriting. Claire nodded. She had been sleeping in a parking lot for 6 months. Her expectations were about as realistic as they got. What's the land worth? She asked. Michael Hastings unlaced his fingers, picked up a pen, set it down again. The kind of small, nervous movements that told Claire this was the part of the conversation he'd been building toward. That, he said, is a more complicated question than it appears, which is actually one of the reasons I wanted to meet you in person before we went any further. He opened another folder, slid a document across the desk. It was a letter on official Wyoming State Engineer's Office letterhead, dated 3 weeks ago. He explained that in the weeks since Ray's death, his office had begun the standard process of handling the estate. Part of that process was obtaining a property appraisal for tax and probate purposes. He'd contacted a local appraiser, David Sorensen, who did residential and agricultural assessments across Carbon County. Standard procedure. But Sorensen had come back to Michael's office not with a number, but with a question. Had anyone looked at the mineral rights documentation on the parcel? Specifically, had anyone reviewed the geological surveys filed with the state in the 1970s? What does that mean? Claire asked. It means, Michael Hastings said, that before Ray bought this land in 1977, there was exploration work done on it. Mining companies back in the 70s surveyed a lot of Wyoming looking for minerals, coal, oil, natural gas, metals. This property was surveyed in 1976. And the results of that survey, he paused, well, your great-uncle appears to have understood something that nobody else ever followed up on. He slid another document across the desk. It was a copy of an old geological survey report, pages yellowed, font from a typewriter, dated August 1976. The header read Continental Mineral Resources, Denver, Colorado. The company no longer existed, Michael explained, acquired and dissolved in the 1980s, but the survey remained on file with the state. The language was technical, full of terms Claire didn't understand. Molybdenum sulfide occurrence, porphyry-related mineralization, rare earth element indicators. But even without understanding the geology, 2 phrases stood out. Significant commercial potential. Further investigation recommended. Claire looked up at Michael Hastings. Molybdenum, she said. Among other things, Michael said carefully, molybdenum is a metallic element, critical material for steel production, aerospace applications, defense industry. Wyoming is one of the largest producers in the United States. The Henderson Mine, up near Empire, Colorado, is one of the world's major sources. The 1976 survey identified potential deposits on Ray's property, but at the time, market conditions and extraction technology made development economically unviable. The survey was filed and apparently forgotten, or, he added, not forgotten by everyone. He explained that in the past 7 weeks since Ray's death, his office had received 3 separate inquiries about the property. The first came from a family member, a cousin of Ray's named Brett Brennan, who lived in Phoenix and worked in commercial real estate. Brett had called asking about the estate, whether it had been settled, whether there were any interested buyers. The second inquiry came from a development company called Rocky Mountain Land Holdings, wanted to know if the property might be available for purchase. The third came from a corporation called Titan Mineral Corporation, expressed what Michael called serious interest in acquiring mineral rights. The property has, as I said, potential value beyond simple agricultural use, Michael said. And people seem to know that. Claire felt something shift in her chest, a sensation like the ground tilting slightly beneath her feet. She thought about Ray standing in that hospital hallway 19 years ago. "You're gonna be okay, kid." 4 words delivered like prophecy. She thought about Ray living alone for 46 years on land that apparently held something valuable enough that corporations were already circling. She thought about the careful way he'd structured his will, leaving everything to her, a woman he barely knew, instead of to family members who might have expected it. What would development be worth, she asked. Her voice came out steady. She was proud of that steadiness. Michael Hastings was quiet for a long moment. He laced his fingers together again, unlaced them, picked up his pen, tapped it against the desk. Agricultural land in Carbon County runs between $800 and $1,200 per acre, depending on location, water rights, access, he said. For 640 acres, you'd be looking at perhaps $600,000 to $800,000 if sold as ranch land. But if the mineral deposits are confirmed and proved to be extractable, economically viable, the value could be, he paused, considerably higher. How much higher? Claire asked. That would require a full geological assessment, Michael said. Professional survey, core sampling, economic feasibility study, which I would strongly recommend we conduct before making any decisions about the property. He said it carefully, professionally, but Claire heard something underneath the words, something he wasn't saying. She leaned forward slightly. "Mr. Hastings, how much do you think it could be worth?" He met her eyes. "Miss Brennan, I'm an attorney, not a geologist. I can't give you a number. But I can tell you that Titan Mineral Corporation doesn't express serious interest in properties unless they believe the resource value is substantial. We're not talking about thousands. We're likely talking about millions, potentially many millions. And the people who have been contacting me, they know that. Which means you need to be very careful about who you trust and what decisions you make in the next few weeks." Claire drove back to the cabin that afternoon. The sun was dropping toward the Medicine Bow Range, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold and purple that seemed too vivid to be real. The mountains stood black against the color, sharp edges against soft light. Sophie had returned with Corinne, excited, talking about the pronghorn she'd seen, about how maybe they could put out hay in winter and the animals would come closer. Claire listened and drove and tried to process what Michael Hastings had told her. Millions, potentially many millions, under the ground where Ray had lived for 46 years, under the cabin he'd built with his own hands, under the clearing where pronghorn grazed and the creek ran clear. She thought about $8.47 in her checking account, about 6 months sleeping in a car, about Sophie's quiet acceptance of a life no child should have to live, about Travis and the pills and the violence and everything that had led them to this point. She thought about Ray, a man she barely knew who'd left her everything, and she wondered what the hell he'd known and why he'd trusted her with it. She parked the Honda in front of the cabin. Sophie ran inside to check on her drawings. Claire walked through the cabin again, this time with different eyes, looking for anything Ray might have left behind. Instructions, explanations, anything that would help her understand. She searched methodically, opening drawers, checking shelves, looking in corners. The main room yielded nothing. The workshop, nothing. The loft, nothing. She moved to the bedroom. Checked the dresser, the closet under the bed. And there, in the bedroom closet, she found something that made her stop. The closet floor was made of wide pine planks like the rest of the cabin, but one section, maybe 3 feet square, looked different. Newer wood, different color, fitted carefully but not quite matching the weathered planks around it. Claire knelt and ran her fingers along the edges. There was a small gap, just enough to get fingertips under. She pried it up. Underneath was a metal lockbox, maybe 18 inches square, 8 inches deep, bolted to the floor joists. Military surplus, looked like heavy steel with a combination lock. Her heart started beating faster. She tried the lock, 4 digits 0 through 9999. She tried Ray's birth year first, the obvious choice. 1943. The lock didn't turn. She tried the year he'd bought the property. 1977, nothing. She tried her own birth year, 1989. Nothing. She tried Sophie's, 2016. Nothing. She sat back on her heels and thought, what would Ray have used? What number would have meant something to him? Then she remembered. The hospital. She'd been 19. It was 2008. The year Ray had appeared in that hallway and told her she'd be okay. She tried 2008. The lock didn't turn. No, wait, not the year she was 19. The year Ray had been born. She counted backwards. Ray was 81 when he died this year, born in 1943. But that didn't work. She thought harder. The year Ray bought the property. 1977. Didn't work. The year of the Geological Survey. 1976. She tried it. 1947. Number 1952. No. She was about to give up when she tried one more combination, almost randomly. 1947. The lock turned. Box opened. Inside were 3 things, carefully arranged like someone had known exactly what they were leaving for someone to find. The first was a bundle of letters, maybe 20 of them, held together with a rubber band gone brittle with age. Addressed to Raymond Brennan, return address James Kruger, Denver, Colorado. Postmarks ranging from 1976 to 1979. Claire pulled one out at random, unfolded it carefully. The paper was thin, the ink faded but readable. Raymond, the letter began. I hope this finds you well. I wanted to follow up on our conversation from last month regarding the acreage you're considering in Carbon County. As I mentioned, Continental Mineral Resources has significant interest in securing mineral rights in that area based on our survey work. I'm authorized to offer you a lease arrangement that I think you'll find extremely favorable, $30,000 up front, 5% royalty on any minerals extracted. This is a substantial offer for undeveloped land. I'd urge you to consider it carefully. Claire read through more of the letters. They progressed from friendly and persuasive to increasingly urgent to finally frustrated and thinly threatening. By 1979, James Kruger's letters had taken on a different tone. Raymond, you're making a mistake. This land has value you don't seem to understand. Continental has been patient, but that patience has limits. There are ways to secure mineral rights through legal channels if landowners prove obstinate. I'd strongly suggest you reconsider before this becomes more complicated than it needs to be. But there were no more letters after that. Whatever had happened, Ray had never responded. He'd simply kept the letters, filed them away, evidence of something. The second item in the lockbox was a thick document bound with metal clasps, professional-looking despite its age. The cover page read Geological Assessment and Resource Valuation, Brennan Property, Carbon County, Wyoming, prepared by Dr. Helen Marsh, Colorado School of Mines, dated April 2018, just 6 years ago. Claire opened it slowly. The report was dense with technical language, cross-sections showing rock layers and mineral deposits, chemical analyses, economic projections. Pages of data she didn't fully understand. But the executive summary at the front was written in clear, direct language meant for non-geologists. The Brennan property encompasses 640 acres in the northern foothills of the Medicine Bow Range, Carbon County, Wyoming. Geological investigation conducted between March and April 2018 identified a significant porphyry molybdenum deposit centered on the western portion of the property. Core sampling indicates proven and probable reserves of 12 to 18 million pounds of molybdenum sulfide ore, with additional mineralization extending beyond the sampled area. Secondary rare earth element deposits, specifically neodymium and dysprosium compounds, were identified in concentrations averaging 800 to 1,200 parts per million, substantially above economic threshold values. At current market rates of $18 per pound for molybdenum oxide and prevailing rare earth oxide prices, assuming standard milling and extraction costs, the conservative estimated net resource value is $340 million. This valuation does not include potential for expanded reserves beyond the area sampled, nor does it account for projected price increases in rare earth elements driven by electric vehicle and renewable energy demand. Recommendation: the deposit warrants immediate development consideration. The property owner should secure professional legal and financial counsel before entertaining any development or sale negotiations. Claire read the number 3 times, trying to make it real in her mind. $340 million, under the ground where she was sitting, under the cabin where Ray had lived for 46 years. She looked at the date again. April 2018, 6 years ago. Ray had commissioned this survey. Ray had known exactly what he was sitting on, and he'd done nothing with it. Just kept living alone, cutting wood, drawing water from the well year after year, sitting on a fortune and acting like it didn't exist. She set the report down with shaking hands and picked up the third item in the lockbox. It was a single index card, the old-fashioned kind, 3 by 5 inches, white with faint blue lines. Ray's handwriting covered one side, the letters formed with the careful precision of a man who'd grown up writing things down because there was no other way to remember them. The ink was blue ballpoint, pressed deep into the card like he'd wanted to make sure it lasted. Claire, the card read, "If you're reading this, you already know what it's worth. 340 million give or take if Helen's numbers hold up, and I think they will. I've had offers. Started in 1976 before I even bought the place and never stopped. Got up to 22 million last year from the same company that's been hunting this since the beginning, just wearing different names now. I turned them all down. I'm leaving this to you because you're the only one I trust not to sell it for nothing. Your grandmother, my sister Helen, she raised you right after your mama died. She was the best person I ever knew. She taught you to stand up for what's right even when it costs you. I saw that in you at the hospital that day. You had that same look she used to get, like you were measuring the world against what it should be and finding it wanting. That's rare. You're going to face hell over this. Family will come at you. Lawyers will sell you out. Corporations will try to crush you, but you've got something they don't. You know what it means to fight for your kid when the world's against you. I know what happened with Travis. I kept tabs on you through people who knew people. You've been living it rough. This is your way out, but it's also your choice what to do with it. Don't let them take it through fear. Don't let them take it through shame. Don't let them make you feel like you don't deserve it. The land is yours. The minerals are yours. What you do with it, that's between you and your conscience. But whatever you decide, make them earn it. Make them pay for every inch. Don't fold easy. Hold the line, Claire. I'm sorry I didn't know you better. I think I would have liked you. Ray. She sat on the floor of the bedroom closet with the index card in her hand and cried for 20 minutes. Great heaving sobs that came from somewhere deep in her chest, releasing 6 months of fear and exhaustion and desperation. She cried for herself, for Sophie, for the life they'd lost and the life they might have. She cried for Ray, a man who'd spent 46 years alone protecting something he believed she'd need, who'd kept faith with a niece he barely knew because he'd loved her grandmother. She cried until there was nothing left, until the tears stopped and her breathing steadied and she could think again. Then she stood up, washed her face in the kitchen sink with cold well water, walked outside into the Wyoming dusk. The stars were coming out, more stars than she'd ever seen living in town, scattered across the sky in thick clouds and rivers in patterns that looked like someone had thrown diamonds across black velvet. The wind moved through the pines, that sound like distant water, constant and calming. The creek ran over stones that had been there for 10,000 years, would be there for 10,000 more. The mountains stood dark against the western sky, solid and permanent and indifferent to human drama. Claire Brennan, 36 years old, broke and homeless, and holding an index card that promised either salvation or destruction, stood on the porch of her cabin and looked at the land that was now hers. 640 acres, $340 million in mineral wealth sitting beneath it, and a simple, impossible instruction from a dead man who'd believed in her. Hold the line. She didn't know yet who was coming for it. She didn't know that her family would betray her, that lawyers would sell her out, that corporations had been waiting for Ray to die for nearly a decade. She didn't know that the next 11 months would nearly destroy her. But she knew one thing with absolute certainty. She knew what it felt like to have nothing. She knew what it felt like to fight for your child when the world had decided you didn't matter. She knew what it felt like to be hungry and cold and scared, and to keep going anyway because surrender wasn't an option. And standing there in the starlight with the wind in the pines and the weight of Ray's last words pressing against her heart, she made a decision. They could come. Family, lawyers, corporations, all of them. They could come with their money and their tactics and their threats. She would hold the line, not because she understood what that meant yet, not because she had a plan, but because Ray had believed she would, and she'd be damned if she'd prove him wrong. The wind vane on the roof turned slowly, the pronghorn antelope silhouette catching the last light. The creek kept running. The mountains stood silent and eternal, and Claire Brennan walked back inside, locked the door behind her, and began to prepare for war. The first wolf arrived on a Tuesday morning 2 weeks after Claire had moved into the cabin, pulling up the dirt road in a white Tesla Model X that looked as out of place in Carbon County as a yacht in a livestock pond. Claire was outside splitting wood, working through the pile Ray had left stacked against the north wall of the cabin like a fortress. The rhythm of it felt good, physical and productive and real, the maul rising above her head and falling with the weight of gravity and intention, the satisfying crack when the steel blade found the grain just right, and the log split clean in 2 halves that tumbled apart onto the weathered chopping block. Her shoulders ached in a way that felt earned rather than inflicted. The morning was cold, maybe 35 degrees, frost still visible in the shadows where the sun hadn't reached yet. Her breath came out in clouds that hung in the still air for a moment before dissipating. The sun had just cleared the Medicine Bow peaks to the east, throwing long shadows across the clearing, turning the frost silver. She'd been at it for an hour, building calluses on her palms that were still soft from months of not working with her hands, building heat in her muscles that pushed back against the morning cold, building a woodpile that would see them through the winter when temperatures dropped to 20 below, and the only thing between survival and freezing was the wood stove and the will to keep feeding it. She heard the vehicle before she saw it, an electric hum that was so quiet compared to the diesels and gas engines she was used to that it seemed almost unnatural, predatory, like something hunting that didn't want its prey to hear it coming. She straightened, one hand still on the maul handle, and watched the white Tesla navigate the 4 miles of dirt road that separated her property from Highway 130. The vehicle moved slowly, carefully, its computer-controlled suspension adjusting in real time to every rut and washout, an embedded rock, expensive paint job, accumulating a fine coat of Wyoming dust that dulled its showroom shine and made it look slightly absurd. It was a $70,000 piece of technology designed for Silicon Valley commutes and Scottsdale country clubs, crawling through high desert country, where most people drove trucks that were older than their marriages and worth less than the monthly payment on whatever this thing cost. The Tesla came to a stop 20 feet from the porch, positioned carefully in a spot where it wouldn't have to reverse out, where the driver could leave quickly if needed, where the angle gave a clear view of both the cabin and the access road. The falcon-wing doors opened upward with a mechanical whir that seemed unnaturally loud in the morning quiet, like the sound of some enormous bird preparing to take flight. A man stepped out, taking his time, pausing to look around the property with the practiced assessment of someone who evaluated real estate for a living. His eyes moved systematically across the cabin, taking in the hand-built log construction and the age of it and the deferred maintenance that showed in places. Across the wood pile, estimating cords and calculating winter needs. Across the clearing, measuring acreage by eye. Across the mountains beyond, identifying landmarks, orienting himself to the geography. This wasn't admiration. This was appraisal. This was a man running numbers in his head, calculating value, identifying assets, determining worth. He was maybe 48 years old, possibly 50, hard to tell with men who had money and access to good health care and personal trainers, and all the things that let you buy back a few years from time. He was dressed in what Claire had come to recognize as the uniform of wealthy people trying to appear casual and approachable in rural settings. Pressed chinos in a color that might have been called khaki or stone or sand, the kind of precision neutral that came from expensive retailers. A Patagonia fleece vest over a button-down shirt, performance fabric moisture-wicking, the kind of outdoor wear that had never seen actual outdoor work. Hiking boots that looked like they'd been purchased the previous weekend and worn exactly once, still showing the geometric tread pattern with no dirt worked into the crevices. Aviator sunglasses that probably cost more than Claire had made in a month back when she'd had steady work. His hair was dark but going silver at the temples in that way that looks distinguished on men and makes them seem trustworthy and experienced, carefully maintained, the kind of expensive haircut you got in Scottsdale or Denver or Jackson, not Rawlins. He had the build of someone who worked out at a gym with a personal trainer, solid shoulders and a flat stomach, but soft around the edges in the way men get in their late 40s, when the metabolism finally gives up its fight against age and desk work and business dinners. He walked toward Claire with his hand already extended, smile already in place, the kind of smile that had been practiced in mirrors and bathroom reflections and refined through 1,000 business meetings and sales pitches and negotiations. Everything about his approach was calculated. The confident stride, the open body language, the eye contact that held just long enough to seem sincere without being aggressive. "Claire Brennan," he said. His voice was smooth, trained, modulated for maximum lickability. "I'm Brett Brennan. We're cousins, actually. Second cousins, technically, if you want to get into the family tree. My grandfather was Ray's older brother, Walter. He delivered this information like he was bestowing a gift, like connection and familiarity were things he could simply declare into existence through confident delivery." Claire wiped her hands on her jeans, aware of the sawdust and wood chips clinging to the denim, aware of the way she must look compared to him. Work clothes worn thin, canvas jacket with a rip in one elbow, hair pulled back in a ponytail that hadn't seen a proper cut in 6 months. She shook his hand anyway. His grip was firm, exactly firm enough, held for exactly the right duration, not too short to seem dismissive, not too long to seem aggressive. She'd learned to read handshakes during her years working with dentists and office managers and pharmaceutical reps, the people who used physical contact as a tool of persuasion and control, who understood that the first impression happened in the pressure of fingers and the warmth of palms. This was that kind of handshake. Practiced, calculated, designed to communicate trustworthiness and confidence and masculine competence. "I didn't know Ray had family in Arizona," she said, testing him, seeing what he'd correct. "Phoenix, actually," Brett said, taking the bait without noticing. "I run a commercial development firm, Brennan Properties, LLC. We do strip malls, office parks, mixed-use developments throughout the Southwest. Been at it for 20 years now. We've got projects in Tempe, Tucson, Albuquerque, Las Vegas. He said this casually, the way someone might mention they played golf on weekends or liked to fish, but Claire heard the intent beneath it, establishing credentials, demonstrating success, setting the frame for whatever negotiation was about to happen, making sure she understood that he was someone who knew about property and value and business, someone who should be listened to, someone who knew better than she did. I flew up as soon as I heard about the inheritance situation, Brett continued. Family matters should stay in the family, you know. Too many vultures out there ready to take advantage of people in transition. And I wanted to meet you in person, face to face. I know you've had a rough time lately, with Travis and everything. The divorce. The situation you've been in. His tone suggested sympathy, concern, the kind of practiced empathy that people deploy when they want you to know they understand your pain, but also want you to know they're above it, that they've never had to deal with such unfortunate circumstances themselves. Claire felt something cold move through her chest. "How do you know about Travis?" she asked. Her voice stayed level, but her hand tightened slightly on the maul handle. "About my situation." Brett had the grace to look slightly uncomfortable, a micro-expression that crossed his face and disappeared in less than a second. "Small town," he said, shrugging. "People talk, news travels, and I made some calls when I heard Ray had passed. Wanted to understand the full picture before reaching out. You know how it is. Due diligence." His tone suggested this was reasonable, even considerate, the kind of thing any concerned family member would do. But Claire was thinking about who he might have called, who might have told him. Michael Hastings, Diane, someone else entirely. Sophie appeared on the porch, drawn by the sound of an unfamiliar voice and the presence of a strange vehicle. She held her notebook in one hand, pencil stuck behind her ear, a smudge of graphite on her cheek from where she'd been working on a drawing. She was wearing the clothes Claire had laid out that morning, jeans and a long-sleeve shirt and the wool sweater Corinne had given her. And her dark hair was pulled back in the two braids Claire redid every morning with the kind of careful attention that seemed important when so much else was out of control. Sophie looked at Brett with the wary assessment of a child who'd learned early and hard not to trust strange men, especially men who smiled too much and stood too close to her mother. Brett smiled at her, the kind of broad, friendly smile adults give children when they're performing interest, when they're trying to seem approachable and safe. "You must be Sophie," he said. His voice shifted registers, got slightly higher, slightly more animated, the way people talk to kids they think are younger than they actually are. "I'm your cousin Brett. Sort of cousin. The family tree gets a little complicated when you go back a few generations, but we're related. Isn't that neat?" Sophie didn't respond. She just looked at him, then looked at Claire, her eyes asking the question she'd learned to ask without words. "Are we safe? Is this okay? Should I be worried?" "Go finish your drawing, baby," Claire said. "I'll be inside in a minute." Sophie nodded and went back in, pulling the door closed behind her but not latching it, leaving it open just enough that she could hear what was happening, that she could stay close if her mother needed her. Smart girl, Claire thought, always paying attention, always ready. Brett watched Sophie disappear and then turned back to Claire, his smile fading into something more serious, more businesslike. "Beautiful daughter," he said. "You've done a good job with her considering everything. Must be hard, raising a kid on your own in a situation like this. No stable income, no permanent address until recently. Kids need stability, you know. They need structure, routine, a sense of safety." He let that hang in the air for a moment, let Claire feel the weight of it, the implicit judgment, the suggestion that she wasn't providing what Sophie needed. He gestured toward the cabin, the clearing, the mountains beyond with a sweep of his arm that managed to encompass everything and somehow dismiss it all at the same time. "This is quite a setup Ray had out here," he said. "Very rustic, very back to basics. I admire people who can live off-grid like this, who can rough it without all the modern conveniences. It takes a certain kind of toughness. But Claire, let's be realistic. This isn't a place to raise a kid, especially not a young girl. Wyoming winters are brutal out here at elevation. You're looking at 6 months of snow, temperatures that drop to 20 below, 30 below on the bad nights. And this cabin, it's got no central heat, no real insulation, just that wood stove. If that stove goes out in the middle of the night, you're waking up to ice on the windows and a sick kid. No reliable infrastructure, no cell service for emergencies. You're 4 miles from the highway on a road that doesn't get plowed. What happens when Sophie gets sick in February and you can't get her to a doctor? I've handled worse, Claire said. Her voice was quiet, but there was steel underneath it. I'm sure you have, Brett said, and his tone carried just enough sympathy to make it sting, just enough pity to make it feel like an insult wrapped in concern. Look, Claire, I'm going to be direct with you because I think you deserve honesty. I didn't fly all the way up here from Phoenix just to have a family reunion. I came because I want to make you an offer, a fair offer. An offer that lets you walk away from this situation with real money in your pocket and a fresh start somewhere easier, somewhere better for Sophie. He reached into his vest pocket and pulled out a folded document, expensive paper stock, professionally printed with the kind of formatting that came from corporate attorneys who charged $500 an hour. He unfolded it carefully and held it so Claire could see the letterhead. Caldwell and Morrison Property Appraisers, Cheyenne, Wyoming. A name she didn't recognize, but that sounded official, legitimate, the kind of neutral third-party evaluation that was supposed to carry weight. I had an independent appraisal done on the property, Brett said. Full survey, comparable sales analysis, current market conditions for agricultural land in Carbon County. 640 acres, marginal grazing capability, limited water rights, difficult access. The valuation came in at $950,000, just under $1 million. Now I know Ray probably told you stories about this land, about its value, maybe even mentioned something about minerals. But Claire, you have to understand, mineral surveys from the 70s don't mean anything. They're speculation, guesswork, wishful thinking. Actually developing mineral rights, if there's even anything here worth developing, would cost tens of millions. Environmental studies, permitting, infrastructure, milling facilities. You'd need to partner with a major corporation, and they'd take 90% of whatever profit there might be. He paused, let that sink in, watched her face for reaction. So here's what I'm proposing. I'll buy the property from you for $950,000. Cash, close in 30 days. You walk away with nearly $1 million, Claire. Think about what that means. You could move to Phoenix, somewhere warm, somewhere with good schools. Buy a house, a real house with heating and air conditioning and neighbors close by. Put Sophie in a good school district. Get yourself set up with a career, maybe go back to dental hygiene, maybe try something new. Start over clean. No more sleeping in cars. No more scratching by on temp work. No more wondering if you're going to make it through the winter. Just clean money and a fresh start and a better life for your daughter. Claire felt the weight of it, the temptation of it. $950,000. 6 weeks ago, that number would have seemed like all the money in the world. It would have seemed like the answer to every problem, the solution to every fear, the end of every sleepless night. But now, knowing what she knew, that number felt like an insult. $340 million in the ground. And Brett wanted to buy it for $950,000. Less than 1% of what it was actually worth. What do you know about the mineral rights? She asked, watching his face. Something shifted. It was the smallest thing, barely perceptible, the kind of micro-expression that most people wouldn't catch. A slight tightening around the eyes, a fractional pause before responding, a subtle shift in posture, weight transferring almost imperceptibly from one foot to the other. But Claire caught it because she'd spent the past 6 months reading people, learning to see the small tells that revealed truth beneath performance, learning to recognize when someone was about to lie. The mineral rights transfer with the land, Brett said. His voice stayed smooth, but something in it had changed, gotten slightly more careful, slightly more controlled. That's standard in Wyoming property law. The seller conveys all interests unless specifically reserved in the deed. But Claire, you need to understand what you'd be taking on if you tried to develop those rights yourself. I've looked into this. I've done my research. There was a geological survey done back in the 70s. Continental something or other company doesn't even exist anymore. It showed some molybdenum indicators, some trace elements. Okay, fine. But surveys aren't findings. Indicators aren't proven reserves. You need to do extensive core sampling, feasibility studies, economic analysis. And even if you found something, even if there's actually extractable minerals under this land, the development costs would be astronomical. He was speaking faster now, the words coming in a practiced rush, objections piling on top of each other like a wall he was building between Claire and the truth. You'd need millions in capital investment just to start, environmental impact studies that take years, state and federal permitting processes that make the DMV look efficient, tribal consultations because this is relatively close to reservation land, and any mineral development triggers consultation requirements. Legal battles with existing mining operations who have priority claims and won't want new competition. You'd be looking at a decade of red tape and lawsuits and environmental reviews before you saw a single dollar of revenue. And that's assuming the deposit is even economically viable, which surveys from 1976 absolutely do not prove. The technology was different then. The analysis was different. Those numbers don't hold up under modern standards. He delivered it all smoothly, reasonably, each objection laid out like he was doing her a favor by explaining reality, by saving her from making a terrible mistake. Meanwhile, Claire was thinking about Dr. Helen Marsh's report from 2018. Conservative estimated net resource value, $340 million. Modern technology, modern analysis, modern standards. Ray had known. Ray had commissioned a real survey, had gotten real numbers, and had left it all to her with a simple instruction. Don't let them take it for nothing. I appreciate the offer, Claire said, but I'm not ready to make any decisions yet. I just got here 2 weeks ago. I'm still figuring things out, still understanding what I have. Brett's smile thinned. The warmth drained out of it like water from a cracked vessel. I understand this is overwhelming, he said. It's a lot to process. But I want you to know this offer has a time limit, 30 days from today. After that, the situation gets more complicated. My attorney in Cheyenne has been reviewing the will, reviewing Ray's medical history, reviewing the circumstances under which the will was executed. There are some legitimate questions that need to be addressed. What questions? Claire asked. Brett shifted his weight again, hands going into his pockets in a gesture that was probably meant to seem casual but looked defensive. Ray was 81 years old when he died, he said. He'd been living alone out here for almost 50 years. No regular contact with family, no social network to speak of, no one checking on his mental state, his cognitive function. The law is very clear that testamentary capacity requires the testator to understand the nature and extent of their property, to understand who the natural objects of their bounty are, and to understand the nature of the testamentary act they're undertaking. When an elderly man who's been isolated for decades suddenly leaves everything to a distant relative he barely knows, cutting out closer family members who have legitimate expectations, that raises red flags. That suggests possible undue influence, possible diminished capacity, possibly even fraud. Are you saying someone influenced Ray to leave me the property? Claire asked, because I didn't even know he was leaving it to me until after he was dead. I hadn't talked to him in years. I'm not accusing you of anything, Brett said quickly, But the appearance matters, the optics. A court looks at a situation like this and sees an isolated elderly man making an unusual bequest to someone he had no relationship with. They're going to ask questions. They're going to want answers. And while those questions are being asked, while the will is in probate dispute, everything freezes. You can't sell. You can't develop. You can't do anything except pay legal fees while the courts sort it out. That process could take 2 years, 3 years longer. Meanwhile, you're living in this cabin with no income, burning through whatever money Ray left, going into debt to pay attorneys, watching Sophie grow up in poverty while lawyers argue about testamentary capacity and burden of proof. He pulled out his wallet, extracted a business card, expensive card stock, embossed lettering. Brennan Properties LLC, Brett Brennan Principal, Phoenix, Arizona, with a phone number and email address. He set it carefully on the porch railing, precisely centered like he was placing a chess piece. The offer stands for 30 days, he said. After that, I call my attorney and we file the contest. I don't want to do that, Claire. It's expensive for both of us, it's ugly, it tears families apart. But if you force my hand by refusing a fair and reasonable settlement, I have an obligation to protect the family's interests. Think about Sophie. Think about what's best for her. Don't let pride or stubbornness drag her through years of legal hell when you could take the money and give her a real life. He walked back to the Tesla, got in without looking back, and closed the door with a solid thunk that sounded expensive, German-engineered, designed to communicate quality and permanence. The Falcon wing doors closed upward with their mechanical whir. The vehicle came alive with its electric silence and pulled away, navigating the ruts with computer precision, moving down the access road trailing dust that hung in the still air long after the vehicle had disappeared around the first bend. Claire stood there for a long moment, the business card in her hand, feeling the expensive paper stock between her fingers. She thought about the way Brett's face had changed when she'd mentioned mineral rights. The micro pause, the careful recalibration, the smooth deployment of objections that sounded reasonable but felt wrong, felt like someone trying very hard to convince her that what she had wasn't worth having. She thought about how he'd known about Travis, about her situation, about the rough time she'd been through. Small town people talk. Maybe. Or maybe someone had been feeding him information. Someone who had access. Someone who knew. She went inside. Sophie was at the table drawing, pretending she hadn't been listening at the door, pretending she hadn't heard every word. Claire sat down next to her, close enough that their shoulders touched. "What are you working on?" she asked. Sophie showed her the notebook. She'd drawn the Tesla in surprising detail for a 9-year-old, the angles sharp, the proportions mostly accurate, the Falcon wing doors rendered mid-opening like some kind of mechanical bird. Under the drawing she'd written in careful block letters, "Big car. Doesn't belong here." "No," Claire said quietly, "it doesn't." 3 days later her phone rang in the evening. She was outside bringing in firewood for the night, loading her arms with split logs from the pile when she felt the vibration in her pocket. Unknown number, 307 area code, Wyoming, local. She set the wood down and answered. A woman's voice came through, warm and rich and honeyed, the kind of voice that wrapped around you like a blanket, that made you want to trust it, that sounded like comfort and safety and home. "Claire, honey, this is Diane Brennan, Brett's mother. I hope I'm not calling at a bad time." The voice was older, maybe early 70s, with that particular kind of warmth that some women cultivate over decades of social navigation, church circles, volunteer boards, the kind of voice that had practiced being friendly and unthreatening and maternal. Claire walked away from the cabin so Sophie wouldn't hear, moved toward the creek where the sound of running water would cover her voice if she needed to raise it. "No," she said. "It's fine." Though she had no idea who Diane Brennan was, or why she was calling, or how she'd gotten this number. "I just wanted to reach out to you personally," Diane said. "Brett told me he came to see you earlier this week, and honey, I want you to know, I am not on his side in this. What he's doing is greedy and it's wrong, and it makes me ashamed to be his mother sometimes. That will contest threat. That's all him and his lawyers. I told him to leave you alone, told him Ray knew exactly what he was doing when he made that will, but Brett doesn't listen to me anymore. Men get an idea in their head and they just run with it, you know. They think they know best, and there's no talking them out of it. But I wanted you to know that not everyone in the Brennan family thinks this way. Some of us still believe in doing right by people. Claire said nothing, just listened, waiting for whatever was really coming. The silence stretched long enough to get uncomfortable. Somewhere downstream, a beaver slapped its tail against the water, the sound sharp and sudden in the evening quiet. "The thing is, honey," Diane continued, her voice getting slightly more urgent, slightly less warm, "I've been doing some research into Ray's property. Quietly, on my own time, because I wanted to understand what you're dealing with. And I have a contact, someone I trust completely, who works with a development firm that's very interested in properties like yours. They're professionals, they understand mineral development, they know how to navigate the permitting and the legal complexities. And they're willing to pay real money, Claire, not the lowball offer Brett made. We're talking $3.2 million, maybe more if the preliminary survey data holds up under modern analysis. This is enough money to change your life completely, enough to give Sophie everything she deserves. Good schools, college fund, a real future." Claire watched the creek run over rocks, the water catching the last light, turning copper and gold. "Why are you telling me this?" she asked. "Because it's the right thing to do," Diane said. Her voice had got even warmer, even more sincere, like she was sharing a secret with a beloved friend. "Because you deserve better than what Brett's trying to do to you. Because I knew your grandmother Helen, actually. Years and years ago, must have been 30 years now, at a family reunion up in Billings. She was a wonderful woman. So kind, so generous with everyone. Ray talked about her sometimes, the few times I saw him over the years. He loved her very much. You could hear it in his voice. And I know she'd want someone looking out for you now, making sure you don't get taken advantage of." It was smoothly done, Claire had to admit. The positioning against Brett, the appeal to family connection and grandmother's memory, the urgency and the specific dollar amount. 3.2 million. The number was big enough to seem real, small enough to seem achievable, calculated to sound like a fortune to someone who'd been living in a parking lot 6 weeks ago. "But here's the thing, honey," Diane's voice got quieter, more confidential, like they were conspiring together. "You need to move fast on this, before Brett's lawyers file that will contest. Once they do, everything freezes up in probate court. The court appoints a neutral executor to manage the estate. All decisions have to go through the judge, and you lose control completely. Could take years to sort out. But if you accept an offer now, today, you can close the deal before Brett even knows what's happening. You walk away with $3 million and Brett gets exactly nothing. Wouldn't that be sweet? Wouldn't that be justice?" Claire thought about Ray's note. Don't let them take it through fear. Don't let them take it through shame. Don't let them make you feel like you don't deserve it. 3.2 million sounded like a lot, but it wasn't 340 million. It wasn't even close. "I appreciate you reaching out," Claire said. Her voice stayed level, gave nothing away. "But I'm going to need some time to think about this. It's a lot to process." "Of course, honey," Diane said. "Take your time, but not too much time. Brett's attorney is very good and very aggressive. I'd hate to see you lose everything because you waited too long to act." She paused, and when she spoke again her voice had shifted slightly, gotten more businesslike. "I'm going to text you my contact's information right now. His name is Craig Whitmore. He's the chief acquisition attorney for Titan Mineral Corporation. Very reputable firm. They've been developing mineral rights all over Wyoming for years. Just talk to him, honey. No obligation, just a conversation. See what he has to say. It can't hurt to have all the information before you make a decision, right? Right, Claire said. You take care now, honey, Diane said. And you call me any time, day or night, if you need anything at all. Family should look out for family. That's what we're supposed to do. The call ended. Claire stood by the creek in the gathering dusk and felt the shape of something she couldn't quite see yet, but could sense the way you sense a storm coming before the clouds appear. Brett and Diane both making contact within 3 days of each other. Brett with threats and pressure and a 30-day deadline. Diane with warmth and concern and urgent advice to sell fast before it was too late. Different tactics, same goal. Get her to sell. Get her to move quickly. Before she understood what she actually had. Before she could get real help. She called Michael Hastings. It was after 7 in the evening, but he answered on the third ring, his voice cautious when he saw her number on the caller ID. "Miss Brennan," he said, "is everything all right?" "I need to ask you something," Claire said. Her voice was quiet, but there was something underneath it that made it clear this wasn't optional. "Brett Brennan came to see me 3 days ago, made an offer on the property, and I just got a call from his mother, Diane. She mentioned a company called Titan Mineral Corporation. What do you know about them?" There was a silence on the line that lasted too long. 5 seconds. 10. Claire counted them, feeling each one stretch out. She could hear Michael breathing on the other end, could almost hear him thinking, calculating, deciding what to say and what to keep hidden. "Titan Mineral Corporation is one of the entities that contacted me after Ray's death," Michael finally said. His voice had gotten thinner, more careful. "They expressed significant interest in acquiring the property." "Did they offer you money, Michael?" Claire asked. The question hung in the air like smoke. The silence got longer. Claire waited. She had nowhere else to be. She had all the time in the world, and she was done being lied to. "Michael," she said quietly, "did Titan Mineral Corporation offer you money?" "Miss Brennan," he said. The words came out slowly, like he was dragging them from somewhere deep. "Perhaps you should consider retaining independent counsel, someone who specializes in natural resources law. I can provide recommendations of attorneys who would be better suited to handle a matter of this complexity." "That's not an answer," Claire said. "I think," Michael said, and his voice had all the air gone out of it now, all the professional polish stripped away, leaving just exhaustion and something that might have been shame. "I think we should discuss this in person, not over the phone. There are things I need to tell you, things I should have told you from the beginning. Can you come to my office tomorrow?" "No," Claire said. Her voice stayed level, but underneath it was steel that had been forged in 6 months of having nothing and fighting for everything. "Tell me now, how much did they offer you?" Another long pause. Then, in a voice that sounded like defeat, "Miss Brennan, I need you to understand. I've made some errors in judgment regarding this estate. Serious errors. Errors that require full disclosure and will likely result in disciplinary action from the state bar. I would prefer to discuss this face to face, with my own attorney present, so that everything is properly documented." "How much, Michael?" Claire asked again. "I received payments," he said. His voice was barely above a whisper now. "Multiple wire transfers over several months, from a consulting firm called Bridger Resource Consulting, which I later learned was a wholly owned subsidiary of Titan Mineral Corporation. The payments totaled $220,000, paid in 4 installments between August and November of last year, before Ray had even died." The number hit Claire like a physical blow. $220,000, paid to her lawyer, paid before Ray was dead. "You sold me out," she said. The words felt hollow, inadequate to contain what she was feeling. "Miss Brennan, I want you to understand the position I was in," Michael started, his words coming faster now, the classic pattern of someone trying to justify the unjustifiable. "My practice has been struggling for years. The recession hit small-town attorneys hard. I've got overhead, staff to pay, malpractice insurance premiums that keep going up. My son is starting college next year at Colorado State. Tuition, room and board, books, it's over $30,000 a year, and we don't qualify for financial aid. When Titan approached me last spring, they made it sound so reasonable. They said they just wanted someone on the ground who could help facilitate a smooth estate transition, guide the heir toward accepting a fair market settlement, prevent years of expensive litigation that would drain the estate and hurt everyone involved. They made it sound like I'd be helping you, like I'd be protecting you from making a terrible mistake. While you were taking their money, Claire said. I tried to do right by you once you showed up, Michael said. There was desperation in his voice now. When you walked into my office and I saw your situation, saw what you'd been through, I realized I couldn't go through with what they'd paid me to do. That's why I told you about the mineral surveys, why I recommended getting a geological assessment done, why I've been trying to give you the information and resources to fight back. I know that doesn't excuse what I did initially, but I've been trying to make it right. While keeping their money, Claire said again. I can't return it without exposing myself to immediate disbarment proceedings, Michael said. The state bar doesn't look kindly on attorneys who take money from parties with adverse interests to their clients. But I can help you now. I can give you names of attorneys who can actually fight this. I can provide full documentation of everything Titan told me to do, everything they asked me to facilitate. That's evidence, Miss Brennan. That's leverage you can use. Who else is involved? Claire asked. Her voice had gone very quiet. Who else did Titan pay? Michael was silent for a long moment. Then he said, I don't know the full extent of their operation, but I know Diane Brennan has been on their payroll for years. She's listed as a member of their community advisory board. It's a consulting arrangement. $65,000 a year since 2019. And Craig Whitmore, the man she's going to tell you to contact, he's not just an attorney working for Titan. He's their chief acquisition counsel. He's been securing mineral rights across Carbon County for a decade. He's very good at what he does. And what he does is convince people to sell for a fraction of what their property is worth. Claire ended the call without saying goodbye. She stood in the darkness with the phone in her hand and the creek running behind her and felt something that was beyond anger, beyond betrayal, something cold and clarifying that settled into her bones like winter. Michael Hastings, the attorney who was supposed to represent her interests, who was supposed to protect her rights, who was supposed to be on her side, had been bought. $220,000. Diane Brennan, the concerned aunt, the warm voice offering help and protection, had been on Titan's payroll for 4 years. Since 2019, since before Ray was even dead, they'd been planning this, not for weeks, not for months, for years, waiting for Ray to die, positioning their people, building their network, getting ready to take what Ray had protected for 47 years. The next morning, Claire drove to the Walmart in Rawlins. It was just after 6, the sun not quite up yet, the parking lot mostly empty except for a few cars belonging to overnight stockers and the night shift ending. Frank Coulter was in the loading bay doing end-of-shift inventory, checking off items on a clipboard with his one good hand, moving with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd adapted to disability so long ago it wasn't disability anymore, just a different way of doing things. He saw Claire and nodded, the same simple acknowledgement he'd given her 100 times when she'd been sleeping in that parking lot with Sophie, when they'd had nothing and nowhere else to go. You doing okay? He asked. His voice was rough, gravelly, decades of cigarettes and Wyoming wind. Getting there, Claire said. Frank, I need help. I need a lawyer, a real one, someone who can fight corporations and win. Frank set down his clipboard, pulled off his Walmart vest, folded it carefully with his one hand in a way that looked like origami. "What kind of corporations?" he asked. "Mining companies," Claire said. "People trying to take property that's mine. People who have been planning this for years." Frank was quiet for a moment, thinking. His face had that weathered quality that comes from a lifetime lived outdoors, deep lines around his eyes and mouth, skin that had seen too much sun and wind and cold. He'd been handsome once, you could see it in the bone structure, but time and war and hard work had worn him down to something more essential than handsome. He looked tough, reliable, the kind of man who'd stand with you when standing was all that was left. "You need Sarah Whitfield," he said. "She's up in Jackson Hole. Natural resources attorney. Been fighting big oil and big ag and big timber for damn near 30 years. Taken on companies 10 times her size and beat them bloody in court. She don't take every case, she's selective. But when she takes one, she takes it personal, makes it her mission." He pulled out his phone, scrolled through contacts with his thumb, found a number. "My nephew got sideways with Wells Fargo few years back. Foreclosure situation. They were trying to take his ranch over a technicality in the mortgage terms. Sarah tore them apart, found 3 separate violations of lending law, got the foreclosure thrown out, got them to restructure the loan at half the interest rate. Cost my nephew everything he had in legal fees, but he kept the land. And in Wyoming, keeping the land is all that matters." He texted the number to Claire. "Call her today," he said. "Don't wait. Whatever you got, whatever they're trying to take, don't let them scare you into giving it up cheap. That's what they count on. Fear. They figure people like us, we've been beat down enough that we'll fold at the first sign of a real fight. Prove them wrong." Claire drove the 3.5 hours to Jackson Hole that same afternoon. She left Sophie with Corinne again. No explanation needed. Just a phone call and a request, and Corinne saying, "Of course, honey. Bring her over." The drive took her through some of the most beautiful country in Wyoming, country she'd driven through before but had never really seen, never had time to appreciate. East on 80, then north on 191, up through the Wind River Range where peaks rose white and sharp against blue sky. Past Dubois where the Wind River curved through red rock canyons. Into the valley where the Tetons appeared like a revelation, like something too perfect to be real, cathedral spires of granite and ice rising straight out of the valley floor with no foothills to soften them. Jackson Hole was money, the kind of money that came from tech billionaires and hedge fund managers buying trophy ranches and second homes they'd use 3 weeks a year. But it was also working country, had been for 150 years before the billionaires showed up. And the old Wyoming still existed in the spaces between the art galleries and the 5-star restaurants, and the boutiques selling $1,000 cowboy boots to tourists from New York. Sarah Whitfield's office was on Broadway, second floor of a building above a coffee shop called the Bunnery. Claire climbed narrow stairs with a handrail worn smooth by decades of hands, the third step slightly uneven in a way that spoke to age and settlement and buildings that had been there long enough to develop character. The office door was frosted glass with black lettering. Sarah Whitfield, attorney at law, natural resources, water rights, land use. She pushed through into a reception area that smelled like old paper and strong coffee, and the particular atmosphere of a place where serious work got done consistently over a long period of time. A young woman at the desk looked up and smiled. "You must be Claire Brennan," she said. "Sarah's expecting you. Go on back." Sarah Whitfield came out of her office, and Claire understood immediately why Frank's nephew had mortgaged everything to hire her. She was maybe 53 years old, could have been 55, lean and weathered in a way that spoke to time spent outdoors on horseback, working the kind of land people fought over. Short graying hair, no makeup, no jewelry except for turquoise earrings that looked Navajo and a simple silver watch. She wore Wranglers and riding boots worn down at the heel, and a button-down shirt that had been washed so many times the fabric had gone soft. She had the kind of face that showed every year she'd lived and didn't apologize for any of them. Lines around her eyes from squinting into sun and wind. Lines around her mouth from talking and arguing and making her points heard. She looked tough, capable, like someone who'd been in enough fights to know how to win them. Her handshake was brief, firm, no nonsense, the grip of someone who'd spent time handling horses and fence wire and all the hard physical realities of ranch life. "Come on back," she said. Her voice was low, direct, carried the flat vowels of someone who'd grown up in Wyoming and never lost the accent. "Tell me what they're trying to take from you." Claire spent the next 90 minutes telling her everything, and Sarah listened without interrupting once, just taking notes in a yellow legal pad with handwriting that looked like it had been carved with a knife, angular and precise. When Claire finished, when she'd laid out the whole story from the 2:43 a.m. text message to Brett's visit to Diane's phone call to Michael's confession, Sarah set down her pen and laced her fingers together on top of the legal pad. "Your cousin's strategy is simple," she said. "File will contest claiming diminished capacity and undue influence. Drag the proceedings out for 18 to 24 months. Burn through your $52,000 inheritance on legal fees and court costs. Make your life miserable enough that you'll settle cheap just to make it stop. It's effective because it works on people who can't afford to fight, who don't have the resources or the stomach for a long legal battle." But they made 3 mistakes. "What mistakes?" Claire asked. "1," Sarah said, holding up a finger. "Ray's will is airtight. Notarized in 2022 when he was 78 years old, 2 witnesses who are both still alive and can testify. And if that video testament Michael mentioned exists the way he described it, there's no court in Wyoming that's going to rule Ray lacked testamentary capacity. I've seen will contests based on much shakier grounds than this get thrown out in the first hearing." 2. She held up a second finger. "Brett Brennan has no legal standing. He's not Ray's child, not a spouse, not a dependent, not even a particularly close relative. He's a distant cousin with no legitimate expectation of inheritance and no grounds to claim he should have been included in the will. Any competent judge is going to look at his petition and ask what the hell he thinks he's doing." And 3, she held up a third finger. "They're desperate." That desperation, that urgency, that coordinated approach from multiple angles, tells me they know something they think you don't know, or they're afraid you're going to figure it out before they can lock you into a settlement. Sarah opened her laptop, pulled up what looked like corporate registry records, databases Claire didn't have access to. "I did some preliminary research after you called this morning," she said. "Titan Mineral Corporation. Registered in Delaware, which is standard for corporate anonymity. But if you follow the ownership structure backward, you find it's a subsidiary of Continental Resource Holdings, which is owned by a larger entity called Brennan Family Investments." She turned the screen so Claire could see the maze of companies, the arrows showing ownership flowing upward through shells and holding companies. Brett Brennan is listed as a principal investor and board member. Diane Brennan is listed as a consulting partner. This isn't some faceless corporation trying to buy your land, Claire. This is your own family using corporate structures to extract minerals they believe should have belonged to them. They don't just work for Titan. They own part of it. Claire stared at the screen. The web of companies, the dates showing when each entity had been created. Brennan Family Investments Incorporated, March 2019. Continental Resource Holdings Incorporated, May 2019. Titan Mineral Corporation, registered in Wyoming, August 2019. All of it happening the same year Dr. Helen Marsh completed her geological assessment. "They've been planning this for 5 years," Sarah said. "Since 2019, waiting for Ray to die, setting up the corporate structure to acquire the property, getting Michael Hastings on the payroll so they'd have inside access to the estate proceedings, positioning Diane as the warm, friendly aunt who could manipulate you into a quick sale before you understood what you had. This isn't opportunistic, Claire. This is premeditated conspiracy. This is fraud." "What do I do?" Claire asked. Her voice came out smaller than she intended. "We fight," Sarah said, "but I need you to understand what you're signing up for. This is going to get ugly in ways you can't imagine yet. They're going to hire investigators to dig into your life. They're going to subpoena records about your marriage, your divorce, your financial situation. They're going to try to paint you as unstable, unreliable, someone who can't be trusted to manage an estate of this value. They're going to make you feel small and scared, and like you don't deserve what Ray left you. They're going to file motion after motion, deposition after deposition, discovery request after discovery request, all designed to drain your resources and break your will. And the legal fees, Claire, the legal fees are going to consume every dollar of that $52,000 before we even get close to trial. You'll be broke again. You'll be back to living on nothing, on faith that we can win, and that winning will be worth the cost." Claire thought about the Walmart parking lot, the frost on the inside of the windshield, 14-degree nights with Sophie shivering in the backseat wrapped in every blanket they owned, $8.47 in a checking account, the particular kind of terror that comes from having absolutely nothing left to lose except the daughter sleeping behind you and the will to keep her safe. She'd been there, she'd lived it, and she'd survived it. Being broke again didn't scare her. Not having the courage to fight for what was hers, that scared her. "I've been broke before," she said. "I can be broke again if I have to, but I can't walk away from this. Ray trusted me with it. He spent 47 years protecting it. He believed I'd fight for it when everyone else would fold. I'm not going to prove him wrong." Sarah almost smiled. It wasn't a warm smile or a friendly smile. It was the smile of someone who'd been in a lot of fights and won most of them and was ready for another one. The smile of someone who didn't back down. "Then we're going to war," she said, "and we're going to make them regret ever thinking they could take this from you." 2 days later, Sarah had her investigator on the case. His name was Tom Hendricks, retired Carbon County Sheriff, 62 years old, spent 40 years in law enforcement before he'd gotten tired of department politics and pension restrictions, and started doing private investigation work for attorneys who needed someone who understood how rural Wyoming actually worked, who knew which clerks to talk to and which records to pull and how to trace money through the maze of shell companies and holding companies that corporations used to hide their activities. Tom was solid, maybe 6 feet tall, 200 pounds of muscle gone slightly soft with age, gray hair cut military short, face weathered from decades of Wyoming wind. He had that particular quality of competence that comes from doing something well for a very long time. People trusted him because he'd been the sheriff. People talked to him because he'd helped half of them at some point over the years. People gave him access to records because they knew he'd use the information responsibly. Tom started with Michael Hastings's financial records, the ones Michael had volunteered as part of his cooperation agreement with Sarah. 4 wire transfers from something called Bridger Resource Consulting LLC, dates and amounts clearly visible. August 15th previous year, $50,000. September 20th, $60,000. October 18th, $55,000. November 12th, $55,000. Total of $220,000, paid over 4 months in amounts structured to stay just under the federal reporting threshold that would have triggered automatic review by Financial Crimes Enforcement. Bridger Resource Consulting was registered in Delaware, standard corporate anonymity protection, but Tom had connections at banks and accounting firms, and he knew how to follow money. The trail led backward from Bridger to Titan Mineral Corporation, from Titan to Continental Resource Holdings, from Continental Resource to Brennan Family Investments, all of it owned by Brett and Diane. Then Tom pulled county tax records on Diane Brennan. Property taxes, income declarations, business filings, all the public records that people forget exist until someone starts looking. Tax filings showed she'd been receiving $65,000 annually since 2019 from an entity called the Wyoming Mineral Resources Advisory Board. Tom made calls to people he knew at the state level, people who'd worked with him over the years, people who owed him favors. Found out the Wyoming Mineral Resources Advisory Board wasn't a government entity despite the official-sounding name. It was a private consulting group funded by mining companies to provide community outreach and public relations support for mineral development projects. Corporate PR disguised as civic engagement. And Titan Mineral Corporation was its primary funder, providing 80% of its annual budget. Diane Brennan had been on Titan's payroll for 4 years before Ray died. $65,000 a year, $260,000 total, paid through a front organization that made it look legitimate. 4 years of collecting intelligence about Ray's health, his habits, his family situation. 4 years of positioning herself as the friendly, concerned aunt who could be trusted when the time came. 4 years of planning how to manipulate a great niece she'd never met into selling inherited property for a fraction of its value. Tom called Sarah. Sarah called Claire. They met at the cabin on a cold afternoon in early November, the first real snow already dusting the Medicine Bow Peaks, the air sharp enough that breath came out in clouds. Sarah laid out the evidence on Ray's kitchen table, documents arranged in neat stacks, each stack telling part of the story. Financial records showing payments, corporate registrations showing ownership, tax filings showing the timeline. A paper trail that mapped exactly how long and how carefully this conspiracy had been planned. "This isn't just about greed," Sarah said. "This is criminal conspiracy to defraud an estate. This is your family using corporate structures to bypass legal inheritance and steal what Ray left you. We can file civil RICO charges under Wyoming law. We can pursue criminal referrals to the state attorney general. We can make this so expensive and so public that they'll beg to settle just to make it stop." Claire looked at the documents spread across the table, at the numbers: $220,000 to Michael, $65,000 a year to Diane, $260,000 over 4 years. Almost $500,000 spent just to get control of information and access, to position their people, to be ready when Ray died. She thought about $340 million sitting in the ground and what that kind of money could do to people. How it could corrupt. How it could turn family into enemies. How it could make lawyers into thieves and aunts into conspirators. "What do you need from me?" she asked. "I need you to be ready for war," Sarah said. "Real war. They're going to come at you with everything they have. They've spent $500,000 getting ready for this. They're not going to walk away easy." Claire looked out the window at the clearing, at the mountains rising white against blue sky, at the land Ray had protected for 47 years, alone, without help, without compromise. She thought about his note: "Hold the line. Don't let them take it through fear. Don't let them make you feel like you don't deserve it." She thought about Sophie upstairs in the loft, drawing horses in her notebook, living in a real house with a real roof for the first time in 6 months. She thought about Frank Coulter nodding at her in a parking lot when she'd had nothing, about small dignities, about what it meant to fight when fighting was all you had left. "I'm ready," she said. That evening, after Sarah and Tom had left, after Sophie had gone to bed and the cabin was quiet except for the crackle of the wood stove and the wind moving through the pines outside, Claire sat on the porch wrapped in a wool blanket and watched the stars come out. The temperature was dropping fast, probably down to 20 degrees by midnight, the kind of cold that made the air feel sharp enough to cut. But the wood stove was going inside, heat radiating into the small space, keeping them warm. She could hear the creek running over rocks, that constant sound that had been here for 10,000 years. She could hear the wind. She could hear the vast silence of the Wyoming high country at night, the kind of silence that's actually full of small sounds if you listen close enough. Somewhere distant a coyote called and others answered, their voices rising and falling in patterns that sounded almost like laughter, like some kind of wild conversation happening in the darkness. Claire pulled the blanket tighter and thought about wolves, the humankind, bred in his Tesla with his smooth presentation and his 30-day deadline. Diane with her honeyed voice and her 4 years of patient deception, 65,000 a year to betray family. Michael with his errors in judgment and his 220,000 reasons to sell her out. All of them circling, all of them coordinated, all of them waiting for her to break, to fold, to take whatever they offered and disappear. They'd counted on her desperation. They'd counted on her fear. They'd counted on 6 months of homelessness and poverty breaking her down enough that she'd grab at any lifeline, sign any paper, take any settlement just to make the terror stop. They'd counted on her being weak. They'd counted wrong. Claire Brennan had spent 6 months living in a Honda Pilot with her daughter. She'd watched her marriage collapse into addiction and violence. She'd lost her home and her job and every shred of dignity, except the kind that comes from getting up every morning and facing another day when you have nothing except a child who needs you and the will to keep going. She knew what it meant to have nothing. She knew what it meant to fight when the world had decided you didn't matter. And now she had something worth fighting for. Not just money, not just land, but the knowledge that a man she'd barely known had believed in her enough to leave her everything, had trusted her to hold the line when everyone else would fold, had seen something in her that even she hadn't known was there. The wind picked up, moving through the clearing with a sound like distant water. The wind vane on the roof turned slowly, the pronghorn antelope silhouette sharp against starlight. Inside the cabin, the wood stove crackled and popped, burning through split pine that Ray had cut and stacked years ago, fuel he'd left behind without knowing who would use it. Upstairs, Sophie breathed slow and even in sleep, safe and warm and home for the first time in half a year. And Claire Brennan, broke again but not beaten, sitting on the porch of a cabin worth $340 million, made a promise to a dead man she'd never really known. She would hold the line, no matter what it cost, no matter how many wolves came circling, no matter how much her family tried to take what wasn't theirs. She would hold the line until there was nothing left to hold or until they were all buried under the weight of their own greed. The stars wheeled overhead in patterns older than human memory. The mountains stood eternal and indifferent, and somewhere in the darkness the wolves were circling, but so was she. The will contest arrived by certified mail on a Friday morning in mid-November, delivered by a postal carrier who had to chain up his truck to make it the last 4 miles, because 6 inches of snow had fallen overnight, and the county hadn't plowed the access road yet. Claire signed for the thick envelope with numb fingers, her breath coming out in clouds in the morning cold. The cabin's wood stove had gone out sometime around 3 in the morning, and she'd woken to frost on the inside of the windows and Sophie shivering under 3 blankets in the loft. She'd gotten the fire going again, fed Sophie oatmeal heated on the propane stove, braided her hair while wearing gloves because her fingers were too cold to work bare, then walked her out to the highway to catch the school bus because the Honda couldn't make it through the fresh snow without chains. The envelope was thick, official, heavy with legal paper. She opened it standing on the porch, watching her breath hang in the air. Petition to contest last will and testament of Raymond James Brennan, deceased, filed in the District Court of Carbon County, Wyoming. Petitioner Brett Allen Brennan versus respondent Claire Marie Brennan. The language was dense, layered with legal terminology designed to obscure rather than clarify, but the intent was clear enough. Brett's attorneys, Caldwell and Morrison of Cheyenne, were arguing that Ray had lacked testamentary capacity at the time he executed his will, that he had been suffering from cognitive decline, impaired judgment, possible dementia, that he had been unduly influenced by unnamed parties who had taken advantage of his isolation and vulnerability, that the will was the product of manipulation rather than genuine intent. They were asking the court to set aside the will entirely, to distribute the estate according to intestate succession laws, which would split everything among Ray's surviving relatives, which meant Brett and Diane would get shares, which meant Claire would get nothing. The petition included sworn affidavits from people Claire had never heard of. A Dr. Marcus Webb from Casper, who claimed to have treated Ray in 2021 and observed signs of memory loss and confusion. A former neighbor named Gerald Voss, who said Ray had become paranoid and isolated in his final years, talking about conspiracies and people trying to steal his land. A clerk from a hardware store in Rawlins who said Ray had come in multiple times asking for the same items because he'd forgotten previous purchases. All of it designed to paint a picture of a man whose mind had failed him, whose final wishes couldn't be trusted. Claire called Sarah Whitfield. Sarah's response was immediate and cold. "This is garbage," she said, "pure fiction. I've already started pulling medical records under discovery. Ray's actual physician, Dr. Paul Chen in Rawlins, has him down as cognitively sharp through his last appointment in July. These affidavits are either fabricated or they're talking about someone else entirely. We'll tear this apart in the first hearing. But Claire, you need to understand something. This isn't about winning in court. They know they'll lose eventually. This is about time and money. They're going to drag this out, file motion after motion, demand deposition after deposition, bury us in paperwork. Their goal is to make you run out of money before we get to trial." "How long?" Claire asked. 18 months minimum," Sarah said. "Maybe 2 years if they're really committed to making you suffer. And every month that goes by, your legal bills keep mounting. We're going to fight every inch of this, but I need you to be prepared for what's coming." What Claire wasn't prepared for was the harassment campaign that started 3 days later. She woke up on Monday morning to a cabin colder than it should have been, cold enough that she could see her breath even with the wood stove burning. She went outside to check the propane tank that fed the cooking stove and the small space heater she'd been running in Sophie's room at night. The gauge read empty, completely empty. But she'd checked it 2 days earlier and it had been 3/4 full, enough propane for another month at least. She walked around the tank, looking for damage, for leaks, for anything that would explain it. The valve was open, fully open. Someone had come in the night and opened the valve, let $300 worth of propane bleed out into the air while they slept. She called the propane company in Rawlins. They sent a truck out that afternoon, a driver named Rick who'd been delivering to Ray for 20 years. He looked at the valve, looked at the position of it, looked at Claire with something like pity. "This didn't happen by accident," he said. "Valves don't open themselves. Someone did this deliberately. You need to call the sheriff." She called the Carbon County Sheriff's Department. A deputy came out 3 hours later, a young guy maybe 25 named Tors who took a report and photographs, and told her honestly that there wasn't much they could do. No witnesses, no cameras, no way to prove who'd been on the property. Could have been kids, could have been someone with a grudge, could have been nothing. He suggested she install motion sensor lights, maybe get a dog. He didn't say what Claire was thinking, which was that motion sensor lights required electricity she didn't have, and a dog required money she didn't have, and none of it would stop someone who was determined enough. That Thursday her tire was slashed. The front passenger tire on the Honda, cut clean through the sidewall with something sharp, not a nail or road debris, but a deliberate slice that let all the air out in 30 seconds. She found it in the morning when she went to drive Sophie to the highway for the school bus. The spare was fine, still good, and she changed it herself in the cold with hands that shook from more than temperature. Sophie watched from the porch, quiet, not asking questions, understanding somehow that questions wouldn't help. The following Tuesday, hunting season opened for elk. Claire knew it was coming, had seen the orange-vested trucks driving the back roads, had heard distant rifle shots echoing off the mountains for days. But she wasn't prepared for the bullets that hit the trees around the cabin while Sophie was outside drawing. 3 shots in quick succession, close enough that Claire heard the impact of lead on pine, the sharp crack of wood splitting. She grabbed Sophie and pulled her inside, heart hammering, hands shaking. Waited 5 minutes. 10. Heard an ATV engine somewhere in the distance, moving away. When she went back outside, she found the bullet holes. 2 in trees within 30 feet of where Sophie had been sitting. One that had passed close enough to the porch that it had clipped a corner post, leaving a gouge in the wood. She called the sheriff again. Deputy Torres came back out, looked at the bullet holes, measured distances, took more photographs. He was sympathetic but frank. "It's hunting season," he said. "Hunters get careless, take shots they shouldn't, don't verify their backdrop. Technically, this is trespassing and reckless endangerment, but without witnesses or evidence of who fired the shots, there's nothing to charge." He suggested she post the property with fluorescent no hunting signs. Where orange went outside, maybe consider staying inside during dawn and dusk when hunters were most active. He didn't say what Claire was thinking, which was that these shots had been too close, too clustered, too deliberate to be accidental. That same week, the water well pump failed. Claire went to fill a pot for cooking and got nothing from the hand pump, just dry rasping sounds and air. She checked the pump mechanism, found sugar in the fuel line. White crystalline grains that had been deliberately poured into the gas tank that powered the pump motor, ruining the engine, making it seize up. The repair would cost $300 for parts plus labor. She called a pump repair service in Sinclair. The technician who came out, an older man named Bill, looked at the sugar damage and shook his head. "Someone's messing with you," he said. "This is sabotage, plain and simple. You got enemies." "Maybe," Claire said. Bill fixed the pump and charged her $250 because he felt sorry for her, and when he left he said, "You need to be careful out here. Whoever's doing this, they're escalating. Started with property damage, now they're getting close to people. Next time could be worse." Claire sat on the porch that evening after Sophie had gone to bed and felt fear like she hadn't felt since the worst days with Travis. This was different, though. Travis had been angry, violent, unpredictable, but his rage had been personal, had been about his own demons. This was calculated. This was someone watching the cabin, learning their routines, coming in the night to cause damage designed to drain her money and break her will. The propane, the tire, the gunshots, the pump. Each incident deniable, each one explainable as accident or coincidence or bad luck. But taken together they formed a pattern. Someone wanted her scared. Someone wanted her to leave. She called Sarah. Sarah listened, asked detailed questions, took notes. Then she said something that made Claire's blood run cold. "This is witness intimidation. This is obstruction. And it means they're more scared than we thought. People don't resort to this kind of harassment unless they're desperate. File a police report for every incident. Document everything. Photographs, dates, costs, everything. We're going to use this." The next morning, Frank Coulter's ancient Dodge Ram came up the access road towing a small camper trailer. The kind people used for hunting season, maybe 12 feet long, weathered aluminum siding, small windows with curtains. Frank parked it on the far side of the clearing near the tree line, ran an extension cord from the cabin's solar battery bank to power a small heater inside, set up like he planned to stay for a while. Claire walked over, confused and touched and not sure what to say. "Frank," she said, "you don't have to do this." "Yeah, I do," Frank said. He was unloading gear from the truck bed, moving efficiently despite having only one hand, the stump of his left arm working in coordination with his right to carry a duffel bag, a cooler, what looked like a rifle case. "Heard you've been having trouble. People messing with your property, taking shots near the kid. That's not right. Someone needs to keep an eye on things." "I can't pay you," Claire said. "Didn't ask you to," Frank said. He set the rifle case down carefully, looked at her with eyes that had seen too much in Vietnam, and understood what it meant when people came for you in the night. "I got nothing better to do. Walmart gave me 3 weeks vacation I never used. Figure I might as well use it somewhere it matters." He looked around the clearing, taking it in with the trained eye of someone who'd done perimeter security in places where the wrong sound in the dark could get you killed. "Besides, it's pretty out here, peaceful. Be nice to wake up to mountains instead of a parking lot." For the next week Frank lived in the camper and pulled night watch like he was back on guard duty in the Mekong Delta. He'd sleep during the day when Claire and Sophie were awake and active, when there were 2 sets of eyes and ears available. Then after dinner, after Sophie went to bed and Claire banked the fire in the wood stove and turned down the lanterns, Frank would position himself in a folding chair under the porch overhang, wrapped in a sleeping bag with his rifle across his lap and his eyes on the access road. He had a thermos of coffee that he'd refill from the pot Claire kept warm on the propane stove. He had a headlamp with a red filter that wouldn't ruin his night vision. He had the patience of someone who'd spent months in places where patience was the difference between living and dying. On the third night of his watch, Frank heard something. It was past 2 in the morning, cold enough that the stars looked sharp as broken glass. He'd been sitting still for hours, listening to the wind in the pines, the creek running over rocks, the small sounds of the forest at night. Then he heard an engine. Quiet far off, moving slowly. Headlights off. Someone coming up the access road in the dark. Frank stood, moved to the side of the cabin where he had a clear view of the approach but was hidden in shadow. Waited. The vehicle got closer, a truck from the sound of it, diesel motor idling low. It stopped about 100 yards out, just beyond where the clearing began. The engine shut off. Silence for maybe 3 minutes. Then Frank heard footsteps, someone moving through the snow trying to be quiet and not quite managing it. A figure appeared at the edge of the clearing, barely visible in starlight. Male, maybe 30 years old, wearing a Carhartt jacket and a baseball cap. Moving toward the propane tank with something in his hand that caught a glint of starlight. Frank waited until the man was 20 feet from the cabin, until there was no question about intent or purpose. Then he stepped out of the shadows and said in a voice that carried all the authority of 40 years wearing a badge, "That's far enough. Stop right there." The man froze, looked at Frank. Looked at the rifle. Frank wasn't quite pointing at him, but wasn't not pointing at him either. "Put your hands where I can see them," Frank said. The man complied, dropping whatever he'd been carrying. It hit the snow with a metallic thunk. Frank kept his distance, kept the rifle ready, and said, "Now get on your knees, hands behind your head." The man hesitated. Frank's voice got harder. "I said get on your knees. I'm a retired sheriff, and I got every right to defend this property. You got about 3 seconds to comply before I decide you're a threat and act accordingly." The man dropped to his knees. Frank called out to Claire without taking his eyes off the intruder. "Claire, call the sheriff. Tell them we got a trespasser. Tell them to send tours if he's on duty. He knows where we are." Claire appeared at the cabin door wrapped in a blanket, phone already in hand. She made the call while Frank kept the man covered. Deputy Torres arrived 40 minutes later with lights flashing and another deputy as backup. They cuffed the trespasser, identified him as Danny Walsh, 32 years old, local handyman who did contract work around Carbon County. They picked up what he'd dropped in the snow, a pipe wrench and a small hacksaw. Tools designed to damage the water well pump or maybe cut through the propane line. Evidence of intent. In the back of the patrol car, under pressure from Torres, who told him honestly that he was looking at criminal trespassing, attempted vandalism, possibly attempted assault given the proximity to occupied dwellings, Danny Walsh broke. He admitted everything. The propane valve that had been him paid $500 cash. The tire, another $500. The water pump sabotage, that was him too. He hadn't fired the rifle shots, he said. That was someone else, someone he didn't know, but the property damage, that was all him. And when Torres asked who'd paid him, Danny looked miserable and scared and said a name that made everything click into place. Brett Brennan. Met him at a bar in Rawlins. Guy in an expensive jacket buying rounds. Said he needed some work done, off the books, no questions asked. Said there was a woman living on property that should have gone to family, and he needed to encourage her to leave. Made it sound reasonable. Made it sound like he was doing right by his relatives. Torres took a sworn statement. Claire took photographs of everything. Sarah Whitfield drove down from Jackson the next morning and filed emergency motions with the district court. Motion for protective order. Motion for sanctions against Brett Brennan for witness intimidation and obstruction of justice. Motion to expedite the will contest hearing based on petitioner's bad faith conduct. The judge, a stern woman in her mid-60s named the Honorable Patricia Mercer, granted all three. She ordered Brett to appear in court within 10 days to show cause why he shouldn't be held in contempt. She ordered the will contest hearing moved up from its original date 6 months out to 60 days from now. And she issued a restraining order prohibiting Brett or any of his agents from coming within 500 feet of Claire's property. The will contest hearing happened on a Friday in January, the kind of January day where the temperature never gets above 15 degrees, and the sky is so blue it hurts to look at. The Carbon County Courthouse in Rawlins was a solid brick building from the 1920s, all high ceilings and marble floors, and the kind of institutional heating that made it too hot inside after coming in from the cold. Claire sat at the respondent's table next to Sarah, wearing the most professional clothes she owned, a blouse and slacks Corinne had loaned her, trying to look like someone who deserved to inherit property worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Brett sat at the petitioner's table with his 3 attorneys from Caldwell and Morrison, all of them in suits that probably cost more than Claire made in 6 months back when she'd had steady work. Judge Mercer entered and everyone stood. She was exactly what Claire had hoped for, no nonsense and sharp-eyed, the kind of judge who'd spent 30 years on the bench and had seen every legal trick there was and wasn't impressed by any of them. She opened the proceedings by addressing Brett directly. "Mr. Brennan," she said, "I've reviewed the affidavit from Deputy Torres regarding the criminal trespassing incident involving your hired contractor, Mr. Walsh. I've reviewed the evidence of systematic property damage and witness intimidation. Before we proceed with the substantive issues in this will contest, I want to make something very clear. This court will not tolerate bad faith conduct. If I find that you or anyone acting on your behalf has engaged in further harassment or intimidation of the respondent, I will dismiss this petition with prejudice and refer the matter to the county attorney for criminal prosecution. Do you understand?" Brett's lead attorney, a silver-haired man named Robert Caswell, stood. "Your Honor, my client denies any knowledge of Mr. Walsh's activities and—" Judge Mercer cut him off. "I'm not asking you, Mr. Caswell. I'm asking your client. Mr. Brennan, do you understand?" Brett stood. "Yes, Your Honor," he said. His voice was tight. "Good," Judge Mercer said. "Now let's proceed. Mr. Caswell, your petition claims that Raymond Brennan lacked testamentary capacity. Present your evidence." What followed was 4 hours of legal warfare. Caswell put on his witnesses, the doctor from Casper who'd allegedly treated Ray and observed cognitive decline. Sarah tore him apart on cross-examination, got him to admit he'd only seen Ray once, for a routine physical, and had noted no cognitive issues in the actual medical records. The neighbor who'd claimed Ray was paranoid and isolated. Sarah produced affidavits from 4 other neighbors who said Ray had been sharp and capable right up until his death, that he'd helped fix a fence line for Tom Morrison just 3 weeks before he died. The hardware store clerk who said Ray had been forgetful. Sarah brought in the store's actual transaction records showing Ray had made single purchases, not multiple confused ones, and that the clerk had been confusing Ray with another elderly customer. Then Sarah put on her witnesses. Dr. Paul Chen went first, Ray's actual physician for the past 15 years, a careful, methodical man who brought Ray's complete medical file to the stand. He testified that Ray had been in excellent cognitive health through his final checkup in July, just 6 weeks before his death. That they'd discussed Ray's plans for the property, talked about estate planning, reviewed medication interactions for the blood pressure medicine Ray took. That Ray had been sharp, engaged, asked intelligent questions about his health and his options. That there had been no signs whatsoever of dementia, cognitive decline, or impaired judgment. Under cross-examination, Caswell tried to suggest that a single appointment wasn't sufficient to rule out intermittent confusion or memory problems. Dr. Chen shut that down immediately, noting that Ray had been his patient for 15 years, that he'd seen him dozens of times, that the medical record showed consistent cognitive function throughout. Tom Morrison went next, the rancher whose property bordered Ray's to the south, who'd known Ray for 30 years. Tom was maybe 65, weathered and genuine, wearing the same kind of work clothes he'd probably worn to church and funerals his whole life. He testified that Ray had helped him repair a fence line 3 weeks before his death, that they'd worked together for 4 hours, that Ray had been strong and clear-headed, and had remembered details about fence repairs they'd done together 20 years earlier. That Ray had talked about leaving the property to someone he trusted, someone who'd understand what it meant, that he'd seemed at peace with his decision. 2 other ranchers followed, both testifying to the same thing. Ray sharp, Ray capable, Ray making deliberate choices about his property and his legacy. By the time they were done, Caswell's case for cognitive decline had been reduced to rubble. And then, in the moment Claire had been waiting for, Sarah called Dr. Helen Marsh. Dr. Marsh walked into the courtroom, and Claire understood immediately why Ray had trusted her to do the geological assessment. She was maybe 61 years old, compact and precise, wearing a blazer over a button-down shirt, carrying a worn leather briefcase that looked like it had been to 1,000 mining sites. She had gray hair cut short, glasses on a chain around her neck, the no-nonsense demeanor of someone who'd spent 40 years in a field dominated by men and had earned respect through sheer competence. She took the oath, sat in the witness chair, and looked at Sarah with the calm confidence of someone who knew exactly what she was there to do. Sarah walked her through her credentials: Ph.D. in geology from Colorado School of Mines, 38 years experience in mineral resource assessment, consultant for major mining operations across the western United States, expert witness in over 50 legal proceedings involving mineral rights and property valuation, published author, peer-reviewed journals, member of professional geological societies. Credentials that couldn't be questioned, that established her as someone whose opinion carried weight. Then Sarah entered into evidence Dr. Marsh's 2018 geological assessment of Ray's property. The bound report, all 90 pages of it, complete with core sample data, spectrographic analyses, economic projections. And Sarah asked the question that Claire knew would change everything. Dr. Marsh, based on your professional assessment, what is the estimated value of the mineral resources on the Brennan property? Dr. Marsh didn't hesitate. Based on proven and probable molybdenum reserves, current market rates for molybdenum oxide, and secondary rare earth element deposits, the conservative estimated net resource value is $340 million. The courtroom went silent. Even Judge Mercer looked up from her notes. Caswell's face went white. Brett stared straight ahead, jaw clenched. Sarah let that number hang in the air for a long moment. Then she said, and Dr. Marsh, who commissioned this assessment. Raymond Brennan, Dr. Marsh said, in March of 2018. He contacted me directly, explained that he'd been approached by mining companies for years and wanted an independent professional evaluation. He paid my standard consulting fee. He reviewed the findings with me in detail. He understood completely what he was sitting on. And in your professional opinion, did Mr. Brennan demonstrate cognitive capacity to understand the nature and value of his property? Absolutely, Dr. Marsh said. Mr. Brennan asked intelligent questions about extraction methodology, environmental impact, market volatility. He understood the technical details better than many landowners I've worked with. He was sharp, engaged, and very clear about his intentions. He told me explicitly that he was leaving the property to someone he trusted to make good decisions about the resource, that it wasn't about money for him. It was about stewardship. Sarah entered the report into evidence. Caswell tried to object, tried to challenge Dr. Marsh's methodology, tried to suggest the assessment was outdated or unreliable. Dr. Marsh dismantled every objection with data, with peer-reviewed standards, with 40 years of professional credibility. When she stepped down from the witness stand, the case was over. Everyone in the courtroom knew it. Judge Mercer called a recess. When they reconvened 30 minutes later, Caswell requested permission to approach the bench. He and Sarah had a whispered conference with the judge that lasted 5 minutes. Then Caswell returned to his table, spoke briefly to Brett, and stood. "Your Honor," he said, "my client wishes to withdraw the petition to contest the will, with prejudice." Judge Mercer looked at Brett. "Mr. Brennan, is this your decision?" Brett stood, his face was rigid. "Yes, Your Honor." "Very well," Judge Mercer said. "The petition is dismissed with prejudice. The will of Raymond James Brennan is upheld in its entirety. The estate will proceed to distribution as specified in the will." She looked at Caswell. "And Mr. Caswell, you can inform your client that I am ordering him to pay the respondent's legal fees and costs incurred in defending this frivolous action. I'll set the amount after reviewing Miss Whitfield's itemized billing. This matter is concluded." Claire sat at the table feeling like the air had been punched out of her lungs. It was over. The will contest was over. Ray's wishes would stand. The property was hers. Completely, finally, irrevocably hers. But 3 days later, everything changed again. Claire was in Rawlins buying groceries when Corinne called, voice tight with something that sounded like fear. "Claire," she said, "have you seen today's paper, the Rawlins Daily Times?" "No," Claire said. "Why?" "There's an article," Corinne said, "front page of the business section, about your property, about the mineral deposit. Claire, everyone knows now." Claire bought the paper at a gas station. The article was right where Corinne said it would be. 3 paragraphs in the business section between a piece about a new hotel development in Laramie and a wire story about copper prices. The headline read, "Significant mineral discovery reported on private land in Carbon County." The text was brief but devastating. A reliable source had confirmed that a recent geological survey had identified substantial molybdenum and rare earth element deposits on private property near Sinclair. The specific location had not been officially disclosed, but county records indicated recent probate proceedings involving a 640-acre parcel in the relevant area. The source suggested the deposit could be worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Multiple regional and national mining companies had already expressed interest in acquisition negotiations. The article didn't name Claire, didn't name Ray, but it included the property's tax parcel number, a 16-digit code that anyone with access to the county assessor's database could trace back to the estate in under 5 minutes. It was enough, more than enough. By the time Claire got back to the cabin that afternoon, she had 6 voicemail messages, 3 from numbers she didn't recognize asking about mineral development opportunities. One from a reporter at the Casper Star Tribune wanting to do a story about the discovery. one from Craig Whitmore at Titan Mineral Corporation offering to discuss partnership opportunities, and one from Diane, her voice dripping false concern. "Claire, honey, I saw the article. You need to be very careful now. Once this kind of information gets out, you're going to have people coming out of the woodwork. You need professional help. Call me." Claire called Sarah instead. Sarah's response was immediate and cold. "Who knew?" she asked. "Who had access to Dr. Marsh's report?" "Just us," Claire said. "You, me, Tom, the court." "And the court means the clerk's office," Sarah said, "which means anyone with access to filed documents. Brett's attorneys would have gotten a copy through discovery. They could have leaked it." Or, she paused. "Claire, I need to ask you something directly. Did you tell Michael Hastings about the assessment value?" Claire thought back. "Yes," she said. "When I first met with him, before I knew he'd been compromised." There was a long silence. Then Sarah said something that made Claire's stomach drop. "I need to pull phone records, because someone gave this to the newspaper. Someone who knew the exact value, knew the parcel number, knew enough details to make it credible. And the only people with that information are the people directly involved in this case." It took Tom Hendricks 2 days to find the source. He pulled phone records through a subpoena, traced calls between Michael Hastings' office and the newsroom at the Rawlins Daily Times. Found 3 calls in the week before the article ran. Tom went to the reporter who'd written the piece, a young guy fresh out of journalism school named Kevin Ross, and asked pointed questions about sources and verification. Ross stonewalled at first, cited journalistic privilege. But when Tom explained that he was investigating potential obstruction of justice in an ongoing legal matter, Ross got nervous. He admitted that his source had been an attorney who'd requested anonymity, but had provided detailed information about the geological survey and its findings. An attorney who'd claimed to be acting in the public interest, who'd argued that information about major mineral discoveries on public record properties shouldn't be kept secret. Michael Hastings, when confronted by Sarah in a deposition, collapsed like a house of cards in a strong wind. He admitted making the calls, admitted providing the information to the reporter, but he insisted it hadn't been malicious, hadn't been intended to help Titan or Brett or anyone else. He'd done it, he claimed, because he'd been approached again by Titan after the will contest was dismissed. They'd offered him another payment, bigger this time, $75,000, if he could create pressure on Claire to sell. If he could make the situation public enough that she'd be overwhelmed by attention and offers and scrutiny. They'd told him to leak it to a small local paper where it would seem like organic news coverage, where it wouldn't be traced back to corporate manipulation. "And you took their money," Sarah said. Her voice was flat. "I was going to give it back," Michael said. He sounded broken. "I swear I was. I needed time to think, to figure out how to extricate myself without losing everything. But they had me. Once you take the first payment, they own you. They know you're compromised and they use it. I'm sorry, Miss Brennan. I know sorry doesn't fix this, but I am genuinely sorry." Sarah filed a motion for sanctions, filed a bar complaint. Michael Hastings would lose his license to practice law in Wyoming, that was certain now. But the damage was done. The article had been picked up by the Associated Press. By the next week, it had run in papers across Wyoming and Montana and Colorado. Mining companies Claire had never heard of were sending letters to the cabin. Investment groups were calling. Reporters were showing up at the property. The secret Ray had guarded for 46 years was out. The wolves weren't just circling anymore. They were at the door. But there was something else. Something Tom Hendricks found while pulling records for the bar complaint against Michael. He'd been going through Ray's medical files, the complete set from Dr. Chen's office, looking for anything that might be relevant to the testamentary capacity question, even though that issue was resolved. He found something in the final file, the one from Ray's death, the original coroner's report from Carbon County. Tom brought it to Sarah. Sarah brought it to Claire. They sat at the cabin's kitchen table on a cold afternoon in late January with snow falling outside, and Sarah laid out the document. The official cause of death listed on Ray's death certificate was heart failure secondary to carbon monoxide poisoning. Accidental. The county coroner had ruled that Ray's old furnace had malfunctioned, that exhaust had backed up into the cabin, that Ray had died in his sleep from poisoning. Quick, painless. The kind of death that happens to people who live in old houses with old equipment and don't maintain things properly. But Tom had gotten access to the full investigative file, the notes and photographs the sheriff's office had taken when they'd responded to the initial death call. And in those notes, buried in routine documentation that no one had looked at closely because there'd been no reason to suspect anything other than accident, there was a detail that made Tom's instincts flare. The propane delivery driver who'd found Ray's body had noted that the furnace exhaust vent on the exterior of the cabin appeared to have been recently cleared. There was fresh disturbance in the snow around it, as though someone had accessed it shortly before the body was discovered. Tom had gone back to the property with Claire's permission, had looked at that exhaust vent himself, had found something the original investigators had missed because they'd been looking for signs of malfunction rather than signs of sabotage. The vent had a screen inside it to keep birds and debris out. That screen had been removed, and when Tom climbed up on a ladder and reached inside with a flashlight, he found it, stuffed back in the vent pipe about 2 feet from the opening. Cloth rags, compressed tight, deliberately placed to block exhaust flow and force carbon monoxide back into the cabin. Someone had removed them after Ray died, had cleaned up the evidence, but they'd left the rags inside the pipe where investigators wouldn't look unless they were specifically searching for sabotage. Sarah made a call to the Carbon County coroner, requested that the death be investigated as potential homicide. The coroner, a careful man named Dr. Richard Foster who'd been in the position for 20 years, reviewed the new evidence and agreed to exhume the body for additional autopsy. The exhumation happened on a gray February morning, witnesses present, everything documented. Ray's body was transported to the state medical examiner's office in Cheyenne. A forensic pathologist performed a full toxicology screen, looking for things the original autopsy hadn't tested for because there'd been no reason to suspect foul play. The results came back a week later. Sarah called Claire at 8 in the morning on a Thursday, her voice careful in a way that made Claire's stomach clench even before she heard the words. "Claire," she said, "I need you to sit down. Are you somewhere you can talk privately?" "Sophie's at school," Claire said. "I'm alone. What did they find?" Sarah took a breath. Ray didn't die of accidental carbon monoxide poisoning. The forensic toxicology screen found zolpidem in his system. Ambien, a heavy sedative. The levels are consistent with a dose of 30 to 40 milligrams, administered approximately 4 to 6 hours before death. That's enough to put someone into a deep, unrousable sleep. Ray didn't have a prescription for Ambien. Dr. Chen confirmed that. He'd never prescribed it. Ray didn't take sleep medication. He didn't believe in it. Claire felt cold spread through her chest. "Someone gave it to him," she said. "Yes," Sarah said. "The pathologist's report is very clear. The zolpidem was present in Ray's system at levels that indicate recent ingestion, likely dissolved in food or drink. Coffee would be the most likely vehicle given Ray's evening routines. Someone dosed him, waited for him to fall into deep sedated sleep, then blocked his furnace exhaust vent to cause carbon monoxide buildup. The furnace was running. It was August, but the nights get cold at that elevation. Ray would have had heat on. The blocked vent forced all the exhaust back into the cabin. Ray never woke up, never knew what was happening. The carbon monoxide levels in his blood at time of death were more than sufficient to cause death. But he was unconscious from the sedative before the ever reached dangerous levels. Someone made very sure he wouldn't wake up. There was a long pause. Claire could hear her own heartbeat loud in her ears, could hear the wind outside and the tick of the clock on the wall and all the small sounds of being alive that Ray hadn't heard for 5 months now. "Who?" she asked. Her voice came out small. "Who had access to the cabin?" "That's what Sheriff's investigator Angela Martinez is working on now," Sarah said. "They've elevated this to an active homicide investigation. Martinez is experienced, used to work major crimes in Denver before she moved back to Wyoming. She's pulling phone records for everyone connected to the case, checking cell tower data to see who was in the area during the relevant time window. Ray died sometime between 10 p.m. on August 12th and 6 m. on August 13th. The propane delivery driver found him around 10 the morning of the 13th. That's a 20-hour window. Someone was at that cabin during that window. Someone Ray knew well enough to let in. Someone he'd drink coffee with." "Brett," Claire said. Claire sat at the kitchen table with the phone pressed to her ear and felt the world tilt. Ray had been murdered. Deliberately, carefully murdered. Someone had planned it. Someone had known about the mineral deposit. Someone had been willing to kill an 81-year-old man living alone just to access the property sooner, to avoid waiting for natural death, to start the clock on estate proceedings. "Who?" Claire asked. Her voice came out as a whisper. "Who had access to the cabin?" "That's what the sheriff's department is investigating now," Sarah said. "They've opened a homicide case. They're pulling phone records, checking who was in the area during the relevant time frame, interviewing everyone who knew Ray. This changes everything, Claire. This isn't just about mineral rights and will contests anymore. This is murder, and someone in your family very likely killed Ray to steal what he left you." That night Claire sat on the porch wrapped in blankets with Frank in his chair under the overhang, both of them watching the snow fall in the clearing. Sophie was asleep inside, safe and warm, unaware of what Claire had learned. Frank had been briefed, knew everything, had said very little because there wasn't much to say. They sat in the cold silence and listened to the wind and the creek and the small sounds of the winter night. Finally Frank said, "You holding up?" "No," Claire said, "honestly no." "Yeah," Frank said, "that's about right." He shifted in his chair, the rifle across his lap catching starlight. "But you're still here. That counts for something." "They killed him, Frank," Claire said. "Ray spent 46 years protecting this land and they killed him for it." "I know," Frank said. "And now you know who you're really fighting. Not just lawyers and corporations. Someone who's willing to kill. That means you need to be more careful. Means we both do." Claire looked out at the clearing, at the land Ray had died protecting, at the mountains rising dark against a sky full of stars. She thought about wolves, the humankind. Someone in her family, Brett or Diane or someone she didn't even know about yet, had murdered an old man in his sleep, had sedated him and poisoned him and cleaned up the evidence and walked away. And that same person was still out there, still circling, still trying to take what Ray had died protecting. The snow kept falling, the creek kept running, and Claire Brennan, broke and terrified and holding on to the knowledge of murder like a weight in her chest, made another promise. She would find out who killed Ray, she would make them pay. She would hold the line not just against theft but against murder. And she would do it because that's what you did when someone believed in you enough to leave you everything. You fought, even when you were scared, even when the odds were impossible. You fought because that's what honor demanded. That's what Ray would have done. That's what she would do now. Sheriff's investigator Angela Martinez arrived at the cabin on a Tuesday morning in mid-February, driving an unmarked Tahoe with chains on all four tires, the metal links clanking against the wheel wells as she navigated the last mile of access road that hadn't seen a plow in 3 days. The vehicle was dark gray, anonymous, the kind that said law enforcement even without lights or badges visible. She parked next to Claire's Honda and got out carrying a weatherproof case, that looked like it held either expensive camera equipment or crime scene investigation tools. Probably both. She was maybe 40 years old, possibly 42, compact and precise in the way women get when they've spent years working in male-dominated professions, and learned that being physically smaller just meant you had to be strategically smarter. Dark hair pulled back in a tight ponytail that looked like it had been the same style for 20 years. No makeup. Wedding ring on her left hand, simple gold band worn thin. Eyes that were brown and direct, and had seen enough crime scenes to recognize patterns most people would miss, to notice the small details that solved cases or got witnesses killed. She wore practical clothes, tactical pants with cargo pockets, a fleece jacket over body armor that made a slight bulge under the fabric, hiking boots that had actual mud on them from actual hiking. She looked like someone who'd spent time in the field, not just behind a desk. She'd spent 12 years working major crimes for Denver PD before moving back to Wyoming for what she'd thought would be a quieter life, a chance to raise kids in a place where they could see stars at night and didn't have to practice active shooter drills every month at school. The Ray Brennan case had proven that assumption catastrophically wrong. Murder was murder whether it happened in a Denver alley or a Wyoming mountain cabin. The motives were usually the same: money, revenge, fear. Sometimes all three wrapped together, so tight you couldn't separate them. Claire let her in. Martinez declined the offer of coffee, set her case on the kitchen table, and got straight to business. No small talk, no warmth, just professional efficiency that Claire found oddly comforting after months of lawyers and relatives and mining company representatives who all wanted something from her and buried their intentions under layers of false friendliness. Martinez wanted nothing except to solve a murder. That clarity felt like relief. "We're treating this as premeditated homicide," Martinez said. Her voice was controlled, professional, stripped of emotion, not because she didn't feel anything but because emotion compromised judgment, and she'd learned years ago to compartmentalize. The Zolpidem in Ray's system, the concentration levels, the blocked furnace vent, the timeline reconstruction, all of it points to careful planning executed by someone who knew what they were doing. This wasn't a crime of passion. This wasn't someone who snapped and acted impulsively. Someone knew Ray's routines, knew his habits well enough to predict his behavior, knew he drank coffee in the evening around 8 p.m., same time every night for probably 40 years, knew the layout of this cabin well enough to locate the furnace vent in the dark, knew enough about carbon monoxide poisoning and its presentation to make it look like an accidental death that wouldn't trigger a serious investigation. This was calculated, Miss Brennan. This was someone who'd thought it through, planned it out, anticipated obstacles. She opened her case and pulled out a laptop, the kind with reinforced corners and a waterproof keyboard designed for field work. Booted it up and pulled up files that looked like they'd been compiled over weeks of detailed investigation. "I've been working with the phone company to get location data for everyone connected to this case. Cell towers ping phones every few minutes when they're turned on, even if you're not making calls. It's not GPS accurate, but it gives us a radius, usually within a few miles." She pointed to the map. "This is the tower coverage around your property. 3 towers total. One here on Highway 130, one up near Sinclair, one down toward Rawlins. Between them, they cover this whole area." She clicked to a different screen showing a timeline. Ray died sometime between 10 p.m. August 12th and 6 m. August 13th based on the coroner's estimate of time of death. The propane driver found him at 10 a.m. on the 13th. So we have a 20-hour window, but realistically we're looking at the evening of the 12th. Someone came here, dosed Ray's coffee with Zolpidem, waited for him to fall asleep, then blocked the furnace vent. The whole process probably took 2 to 3 hours start to finish. Martinez pulled up phone records. Brett Brennan's cell phone. "I requested his records through a warrant. He told investigators initially that he was in Phoenix the weekend Ray died. Said he was working, had meetings, never left Arizona, but his phone tells a different story. She highlighted entries on the screen. August 11th, his phone pings towers in Phoenix through the morning. Then at 2 p.m. it goes dark, completely off. Doesn't ping again until August 14th at 9 a.m., back in Phoenix. That's a 71-hour window where his phone was either off or in airplane mode. Could have left it at home, Claire said. Could have, Martinez agreed. But here's the thing. Brett's credit cards show he bought gas at a Sinclair station in Casper on August 11th at 6 p.m. That's a 9-hour drive from Phoenix. Then another charge at a restaurant in Rawlins on August 12th at 1 p.m. Then nothing until August 14th when his card gets used at a Starbucks in Phoenix at 10 a.m. She pulled up rental car records. An Enterprise Rent-A-Car shows Brett Brennan rented a Chevy Suburban from their Casper Airport location on August 11th at 7 p.m. Returned it August 14th at 6 a.m. Total mileage on the rental, 843 miles. Claire felt her pulse quicken. That's enough to drive from Casper to here and back, she said. With plenty of miles to spare, Martinez said. Casper to this property is maybe 120 miles. Round trip 240. He had 600 miles unaccounted for. Could have been driving around. Could have been staying somewhere off-grid. Could have been waiting and watching. She closed the laptop. Brett Brennan was in Wyoming when Ray died. He lied about his alibi. He turned off his phone to avoid creating a digital trail. And he rented a vehicle so his own car wouldn't be tracked. This is behavior consistent with someone planning a crime. Can you prove he was here? Claire asked, at this cabin specifically. Not yet, Martinez said, but I'm working on it. She pulled a photograph from her file folder, a crime scene photo from Ray's death. This is from the initial investigation. The sheriff's deputy who responded took photos of the exterior of the cabin, standard procedure. She pointed to tire tracks visible in dirt near the carport. These tracks. The deputy noted them in his report but didn't measure or photograph them in detail because there was no reason to suspect foul play. But if we can match these tracks to the rental vehicle Brett was driving, that puts him at the scene. The tracks are 5 months old, Claire said. They're gone. The photographs aren't, Martinez said. I've got a forensic vehicle examiner analyzing the tread pattern. Chevy Suburbans from that model year use a specific tire, Goodyear Wrangler, distinctive tread. If these tracks match that pattern, we can testify that a vehicle consistent with Brett's rental was at this property around the time of Ray's death. She paused. But I need something more. I need physical evidence that puts Brett inside this cabin. That's where you might be able to help. How? Claire asked. Do you have anything of Ray's? Martinez asked. Personal items, belongings, things that might have been handled by whoever was here that night. Claire thought about the lockbox, the letters, the geological report. All of it had been handled by multiple people by now, had been copied and filed and entered into evidence. Any fingerprints or DNA would be contaminated, worthless for forensic purposes. Then she thought about Ray's personal items, the coffee mug, the reading glasses, the paperback novel. All of it had been sitting in the cabin for months, touched by investigators and appraisers and curious locals, who'd come by offering condolences and fishing for information about the property. Then she remembered something else, something small that had seemed insignificant at the time but now took on new weight. Sophie's drawings, the spiral-bound notebook she'd been filling with sketches since they'd arrived at the cabin 11 months ago. Sophie drew everything. Compulsively, constantly, the way some kids bit their nails or twisted their hair. It was how she processed the world. She'd drawn the cabin from every angle, drawn it dozens of times, capturing details with the peculiar observational skill 8-year-olds sometimes have, noticing things adults miss because adults have learned what's supposed to be important and what's supposed to be ignored. "Wait here," Claire said. She stood from the kitchen table and climbed the ladder to the loft where Sophie kept her things organized in the space that had become her room. A sleeping bag on a foam pad, a milk crate for clothes, another for books and school supplies. The loft was small, maybe 8 feet by 10 feet, but Sophie had made it hers. Drawings taped to the log walls. Sketches of deer and pronghorn antelope and the mountains and the creek. A whole gallery of Wyoming wildlife, rendered in pencil and colored pencil, by a kid who saw beauty in everything despite having every reason to see only hardship. Claire found the notebook on the makeshift nightstand, the same spiral-bound sketch pad Sophie had been using since before they'd moved into the cabin, since back when they'd still been sleeping in the Walmart parking lot, and Sophie had drawn to escape into a world that made more sense than the one they were living in. The cover was worn soft, corners bent, pages rippled from being carried in a backpack through rain and snow. Claire flipped through it carefully, respectful of Sophie's private artistic world, looking for the early drawings, the ones from August right after they'd first arrived. The pages were dated in Sophie's careful handwriting, each drawing marked with month and day in the upper right corner, a habit Claire had taught her as a way to track time when every day blurred into the next and you needed some way to mark progress, to prove that you were moving forward even when it felt like you were drowning. August 14th, August 17th, August 23rd. Then she found it. August 28th, 2 weeks after Ray had died, their first week actually living in the cabin. The drawings showed the cabin from the front, rendered with surprising accuracy for an 8-year-old. Sophie had captured the proportions well, the covered porch, the wood pile stacked against the north wall, the wind vane on the roof with its pronghorn silhouette. She'd drawn the trees in the background, the clearing, even small details like the propane tank and the hand pump near the creek. And in the lower right corner, almost as an afterthought, as background detail rather than primary subject, Sophie had drawn tire tracks in the dirt near the wood pile. 2 parallel lines with a crosshatch pattern that suggested tread design. And next to the tracks, a detail Claire hadn't noticed at the time because she'd been focused on the cabin itself. Sophie had used her blue-colored pencil to mark something. A small rectangle of blue, maybe the size of a stamp, positioned near where the tracks ended. Claire brought the notebook downstairs, her heart beating faster than it should have been. "My daughter drew this 2 weeks after Ray died," she said, setting the notebook on the table in front of Martinez and pointing to the sketch. "She draws everything she sees, every detail. These tire tracks, she marked them with blue. I think she saw paint chips, like a vehicle had scraped against something and left paint transfer that caught her eye. You know how kids notice colors." Martinez leaned forward, studying the drawing with the focused intensity of someone who understood that murder cases sometimes broke on details this small, this apparently insignificant. A kid's drawing, a blue mark, a detail that adults would have walked past 100 times without registering. But Sophie had seen it, had thought it was interesting or pretty or unusual enough to include in her sketch, had documented it without knowing she was preserving evidence. "Where were these tracks?" Martinez asked. Her voice had gotten slightly less professional, slightly more excited in the way investigators get when they sense a break in the case. "Can you show me the exact location?" Claire led her outside to the area near the wood pile where Sophie would have been standing to draw from that angle. The ground was covered in snow now, but Martinez photographed the location, took measurements, marked it with GPS coordinates. Then she walked the perimeter of the clearing, looking at trees, looking for any scrape marks or damage that might have occurred when a vehicle navigated the tight access road. She found it on a lodgepole pine about 30 yards from the cabin, right where the access road curved before opening into the clearing. A fresh scrape on the bark, maybe 6 feet off the ground, exactly the height of a full-size SUV's roof. And caught in the rough bark, barely visible, a smear of paint. Blue paint. Velocity blue, the same color Brett's rental Suburban had been. Martinez photographed it from every angle, then carefully used a knife to scrape paint samples into an evidence bag. "If this matches the paint from Brett's rental," she said, "we've got him at the scene." Combined with the phone records, the credit card trail, the rental car mileage, the timeline, we can place him here the night Ray died. That's enough for an arrest warrant. 2 days later, Martinez called with results from the paint analysis. It was a match. Velocity Blue, Ford paint code, consistent with 2021 model year vehicles. Enterprise confirmed Brett's rental had been a 2021 Ford Expedition in Velocity Blue. The scrape on the tree had paint transfer that matched the rental vehicle's paint composition down to the chemical signature. "We're bringing him in," Martinez said. "I've briefed the county attorney. We're filing charges. First-degree murder, premeditated homicide. I'm driving to Phoenix tomorrow with an extradition warrant. Brett Brennan is going to answer for what he did." But there was one more piece of evidence Martinez wanted before making the arrest. She'd been reviewing Ray's belongings, the items that had been cataloged during the initial estate inventory. Among them was a small digital audio recorder, the kind people used for dictation or note-taking. Ray had kept it in his workshop. Martinez had sent it to the state crime lab to see if there was anything on it, any recordings that might be relevant. The lab technician had found something. A recording dated April 15, 2023, 4 months before Ray died. Martinez brought the recording to Claire and Sarah, played it on a laptop in Sarah's Jackson office. The audio quality was poor, recorded from across a room, probably with the device hidden in a pocket or on a shelf. But the voices were clear enough. The first voice was Ray's, rough and deliberate. "You need to leave," it said. "I've made my decision. The property goes to Claire when I die. That's final." The second voice was Brett's, smoother, more controlled, but with an edge underneath. "Uncle Ray, you're being unreasonable. $18 million is more money than you could spend in 3 lifetimes. Think about what you could do with that. Think about the family." "It's not about money," Ray said. "Then what is it about?" Brett's voice got harder. "Spite. You've been sitting on this land for 50 years accomplishing nothing. You're going to die and leave it to some woman you barely know, some trailer trash who married a meth head. You think she can protect this? She'll sell it in 6 months to the first person who waves cash at her." "She's family," Ray said. "She's Robert's daughter. Robert was a good man. Claire has his heart." "Claire's a mess," Brett said. His voice was rising now, control slipping. "She's broke, she's homeless, she's got a kid she can barely take care of. And you're going to dump this on her. This responsibility. She's going to fail Uncle Ray. And when she does, when she sells out cheap because she's desperate, you're going to have wasted everything. 50 years protecting this land for nothing." "Then that's her choice," Ray said. "It's her land. What she does with it is between her and her conscience." There was a pause. Then Brett's voice changed, got quieter, more deliberate. "You're an old man living alone, Uncle Ray. Accidents happen out here. Furnaces malfunction. People get confused, forget to maintain equipment properly. Forget to check carbon monoxide detectors. You should think about that. Think about how easy it would be for something to go wrong." "Is that a threat?" Ray's voice was steady. "It's reality," Brett said. "You're 81 years old. You've got no one checking on you, no one who'd notice if something happened for days, maybe weeks. The propane guy comes once a month. By the time anyone found you, it could be too late. These things happen, Uncle Ray. Old people die alone all the time. Nobody questions it. Nobody investigates too hard. It's just the sad reality of living like this." The recording ended. Claire sat in the office chair with her hands gripping the armrests hard enough that her knuckles had gone white. "That's a confession," she said. Her voice shook. "That's Brett threatening to kill Ray 4 months before Ray died exactly the way Brett described." Sarah's face was grim. That's premeditated murder caught on tape. That's a prosecutor's dream. She looked at Martinez. How did Ray record this without Brett knowing? Probably had the recorder in his shirt pocket or on a shelf, Martinez said. Ray was smart. He knew Brett was dangerous. He documented the threat, left it for us to find. Why didn't he go to the police? Claire asked. Because he knew what I know, Martinez said. A threat isn't a crime until someone acts on it. And Ray probably figured if he went to the police, it would just accelerate Brett's timeline. Better to document it, hide the evidence where someone would find it if anything happened, and hope he lived long enough to die natural. She closed the laptop. He didn't make it, but he gave us what we need to prove who killed him. The arrest happened on a Wednesday morning in early March, the kind of crystalline Arizona day where the sky looks hard and blue, and the sun comes up fast over the desert, making everything sharp-edged. Martinez flew to Phoenix with 2 Carbon County deputies as backup, both of them young, and excited to be part of an out-of-state arrest for a murder case that had made regional news. They coordinated with Phoenix PD, got a local detective assigned to assist with jurisdiction issues, went over the arrest warrant one more time to make sure every signature was in place and every legal requirement met. This was the kind of arrest that would be challenged by expensive attorneys, that would be scrutinized by judges and appellate courts, so everything had to be perfect. They picked Brett up at his office mid-morning, timing it for maximum professional embarrassment, maximum disruption to the carefully constructed image of success Brett had spent 20 years building. Brennan Properties LLC occupied a suite on the 14th floor of a glass tower in downtown Scottsdale, the kind of building with marble in the lobby and modern art on the walls, and a receptionist who looked like she'd been hired for her ability to smile at rich people while making poor people feel unwelcome. The suite itself was designed to impress, to communicate competence and prosperity and trustworthiness. Expensive furniture, leather and chrome, minimalist and masculine. A wall of awards and photographs showing Brett shaking hands with mayors and city councilmen and developers, all of them smiling like they were participating in something important and civic-minded and good for the community. Brett was in his corner office when they arrived, the office with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Scottsdale and the distant mountains, the office that probably cost more per month in rent than Claire made in a year back when she'd had steady work. He was on the phone, leaning back in his chair, feet up on the desk in an expensive suit and shoes that probably cost $1,000. He looked relaxed, confident. Like a man who'd never seriously considered that consequences might apply to him. He looked up when Martinez and the deputies walked in, when the receptionist tried to stop them and failed, when they pushed through his office door without knocking. Saw Martinez's badge. Saw the Carbon County patches on the deputies' uniforms, saw the expression on Martinez's face, the professional neutrality that cops wore when they were about to arrest someone they knew was guilty. Something shifted in Brett's eyes, not quite fear, more like calculation. Like he was already thinking about attorneys and bail and how to spin this. Brett Brennan, Martinez said. Her voice was flat, formal, the way cops talk when they're being recorded and know every word might end up in court transcripts. You're under arrest for the murder of Raymond James Brennan. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. Do you understand these rights as I've explained them to you? Brett set down the phone without ending the call, whoever was on the other end still talking, voice tiny and confused. He stood up slowly, carefully, hands visible, no sudden movements. He was smart enough to know that resisting would only make things worse. I want my attorney, he said. His voice was controlled, but Claire heard something underneath it when Martinez played her the video later. Something brittle, something close to panic. That's your right, Martinez said. She moved around the desk, cuffed his hands behind his back with practiced efficiency, the metal ratcheting tight. She walked him out through his office while his assistant watched with her mouth open, while his employees and business partners stared from their cubicles and meeting rooms, while everything Brett had built over 20 years came apart in the time it took to cross a parking lot. They put him in the back of a Phoenix police cruiser, the cage separating front seat from back, the vinyl seats worn smooth by 1,000 other criminals. Drove him to the 4th Avenue jail in downtown Phoenix where he'd be held pending extradition hearings. The whole thing took 20 minutes from entry to booking. Professional, efficient, unremarkable. Just a man who'd committed murder getting arrested like murders get arrested every day across America. Nothing special, nothing dramatic. Just consequences arriving on schedule. But the investigation wasn't over. Martinez had been digging into Diane's involvement, looking for evidence that she'd been more than just a passive beneficiary of Brett's planning. Phone records showed 14 calls between Diane and Brett the weekend Ray died. Long calls, some lasting 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Calls that suggested coordination, planning, real-time updates. Then Tom Hendricks found something that changed everything. He'd been going through old family records, trying to understand the relationship between Brett and Ray, trying to find motive beyond just money. He found adoption papers from 1985, filed in Carbon County when Brett was 6 years old. The papers showed that Brett had been adopted by Walter Brennan, Ray's older brother. But the original birth certificate told a different story. Brett's biological father was listed as James Kruger. The same James Kruger who'd written those letters to Ray in the 1970s. The geologist who'd worked for Continental Mineral Resources. The man who'd surveyed Ray's property in 1976 and identified the molybdenum deposit. Tom brought this to Sarah. Sarah brought it to Martinez. Martinez pulled everything she could find on James Kruger. Found that he'd died in 2003, suicide, gunshot wound. Found that he'd spent the last 15 years of his life working irregular jobs, struggling with depression and financial problems after his career in geology had collapsed. Found interviews from a lawsuit in the 1980s where Kruger had testified that he'd been blackballed in the industry after Continental Mineral Resources folded, that he couldn't get work because everyone knew he'd been associated with failed surveys and bad projections. But deeper digging revealed something else. Kruger hadn't been wrong about the molybdenum deposit. He'd been right. The 1976 survey he'd done for Continental had been accurate, but the company had decided not to pursue development because market conditions were poor. And when Kruger had tried to go independent, tried to broker deals on his own using the survey data he'd collected, he'd been sued for breach of contract and theft of proprietary information. He'd lost everything, his career, his reputation, his marriage, eventually his life. Brett grew up knowing his biological father had discovered a fortune and been destroyed trying to claim it. Knowing that Ray Brennan had bought the property out from under Continental, had sat on that deposit for decades, had refused every offer, had essentially prevented James Kruger's discovery from ever being developed or monetized. To Brett, Ray wasn't just an obstacle. Ray was the man who'd ruined his father's life. Martinez confronted Diane with this information. Diane was in her home in Scottsdale, an expensive ranch-style house in the foothills with views of Camelback Mountain. Martinez arrived with a warrant and 2 Phoenix detectives. Diane tried the warm grandmother act initially, offering coffee, trying to establish rapport. Martinez shut it down. "Mrs. Brennan," she said, "we know Brett is James Kruger's biological son. We know you had an affair with Kruger in 1976 while you were married to Walter. We know you lied about Brett's paternity for 40 years. And we know you've been helping Brett plan to acquire Ray's property since at least 2019 when you started taking money from Titan Mineral Corporation. So you can cooperate now and maybe we can work something out. Or you can wait for the subpoenas and the charges and take your chances with a jury." Diane's face hardened. The warmth drained out of it like someone had flipped a switch. "I want my attorney," she said. Martinez arrested her anyway. Accessory to murder, conspiracy to commit fraud, witness tampering. Diane made bail, $250,000 posted by Brett's defense attorneys, but the damage was done. The whole story was coming out. The affair, the lies, the decades of planning, Brett's obsession with claiming what he believed his biological father had discovered. It painted a picture of a family twisted by greed and revenge into something monstrous. The preliminary hearing for Brett's murder charges happened in Carbon County District Court in early March. The courtroom was packed. Reporters from Denver and Cheyenne. Curious locals who'd known Ray. Claire sat in the front row with Sarah, watching Brett in his orange jail jumpsuit, hands cuffed, looking smaller somehow than he had in his expensive suits. The county attorney, a serious woman named Jennifer Walsh who'd been prosecuting felonies for 20 years, presented the evidence. The phone records, the rental car, the credit card trail, the paint match, the tire tracks, the Zolpidem in Ray's system, the blocked furnace vent, the April recording of Brett threatening Ray. All of it laid out methodically, piece by piece, building a case that left no room for doubt. Brett's attorney, a high-priced criminal defense lawyer named Marcus Webb from Denver, tried to poke holes, tried to suggest the evidence was circumstantial, tried to argue that Brett had a legitimate reason to be in Wyoming that weekend, that he'd been scouting properties for potential development, tried to claim the April recording was taken out of context, that Brett had been speaking hypothetically about the dangers of rural living, not making actual threats. Judge Mercer wasn't buying it. She found probable cause for all charges, bound Brett over for trial, set bail at $5 million cash or bond, an amount Brett's attorneys protested as excessive. Judge Mercer's response was cold. The defendant is charged with murdering his elderly uncle for financial gain. He has substantial resources and connections in Arizona. He has demonstrated a pattern of calculated deception and planning. He is absolutely a flight risk. Bail is set at $5 million, and that's my final ruling. Brett couldn't make bail. He was remanded to the Carbon County Detention Center to await trial. The trial date was set for September, 6 months away, but there was one more revelation still to come. In late March, as Sarah and Martinez were preparing for trial, they received a package at Sarah's office. No return address, postmarked from Cheyenne, sent to Sarah's attention. Inside was a thumb drive and a handwritten note. The note was unsigned, but the handwriting looked familiar to Sarah. It looked like Michael Hastings's careful script. The note read, "This is everything Titan gave me, everything they asked me to do, everyone involved. I know it doesn't make up for what I did, but maybe it helps. Maybe it's enough to finish this. I'm sorry." Sarah plugged the thumb drive into her laptop with Martinez watching. It contained hundreds of files, emails between Titan executives and Brett going back to 2014, financial records showing payments to Diane, to Michael, to a dozen other people who'd been recruited to help acquire Ray's property, meeting notes discussing strategies for pressuring Ray to sell, draft contracts, contingency plans for what to do if Ray died without selling. And in one folder labeled Final Solution, a document dated March 2023, 5 months before Ray died. The document was a memo from Brett to the Titan Board of Directors. It outlined a plan for acquiring the Brennan property through estate proceedings following Ray's anticipated natural death. But there was a handwritten note in the margin in Brett's handwriting. What if we don't wait? What if we accelerate the timeline? Natural causes can be arranged. Co-poisoning is common in old cabins. Investigation risk minimal if done correctly. Martinez photographed every page. "This is premeditation in writing," she said. "This is Brett planning Ray's murder months in advance. This is everything we need." But more than that, the files showed the full scope of the conspiracy. Titan Mineral Corporation hadn't just been trying to buy the property. They'd been willing to facilitate murder to acquire it. The CEO, a man named Richard Voss, had responded to Brett's memo with a single line: "Do what you need to do. We'll handle the legal exposure." Martinez opened a separate investigation into Titan. Federal prosecutors got involved. By April, the whole operation was unraveling. Richard Voss was arrested on conspiracy to commit murder charges. 3 other Titan executives were charged with fraud and RICO violations. The company's stock price collapsed. Lawsuits started piling up from shareholders, from other property owners who'd been pressured into selling, from environmental groups. And Michael Hastings, the man who'd sent the files, who'd finally decided that redemption mattered more than self-preservation, surrendered his law license and agreed to testify for the prosecution. He'd never practice law again. He'd probably face charges himself for his role in the conspiracy. But he'd given them everything, every detail, every conversation, every dirty secret Titan and Brett had tried to keep hidden. Claire watched it all unfold from the cabin, from the land Ray had died protecting. She watched the news coverage. She read the articles. She saw Brett's mugshot circulated on television, saw Diane's face when she was arrested, saw Richard Voss being led out of Titan's Denver headquarters in handcuffs. And she felt something that wasn't quite satisfaction, wasn't quite justice, but was close enough. Ray had been murdered. But the people who'd killed him were being destroyed by the consequences of their own greed. The trial was scheduled for September, but it never happened. In late August, Brett's attorneys approached the county attorney with a plea offer. Brett would plead guilty to second-degree murder in exchange for a sentence of 30 years to life. He'd allocate fully, admit everything, testify against Diane and the Titan executives. The county attorney brought the offer to Claire. "It's a guaranteed conviction," Jennifer Walsh said. "No risk of a jury acquitting. No putting you through the trauma of a trial. 30 years minimum means Brett's 68 years old before he's eligible for parole. He'll die in prison." "What does he have to say?" Claire asked. "In the allocution?" "Everything," Walsh said. "He has to admit to planning the murder, admit to drugging Ray, admit to blocking the furnace vent, admit to cleaning up the evidence. All of it on the record." Claire thought about Ray. About 46 years alone in this cabin, protecting land he believed was worth protecting. About an index card with a simple message: "Hold the line." About a man who died believing she would do what he'd done, fight when fighting was required. "I want to hear him say it," Claire said. "I want to look him in the eye when he admits what he did." The allocution hearing happened in Carbon County District Court on a Thursday in late August. Brett stood before Judge Mercer in handcuffs and an orange jumpsuit, and spoke in a flat voice drained of all the charm and confidence he'd had when he'd pulled up to the cabin in his Tesla 10 months ago. He admitted to planning Ray's murder for financial gain, admitted to traveling to Wyoming in August 2023 with the specific intent to kill his uncle, admitted to purchasing Zolpidem through an online pharmacy using a false name, admitted to dosing Ray's evening coffee with 40 milligrams of the sedative, admitted to waiting until Ray was unconscious, then blocking the furnace exhaust vent with cloth rags, admitted to checking Ray's pulse to confirm death, admitted to removing the rags and cleaning the scene to make it appear accidental, admitted all of it in a voice that sounded mechanical, rehearsed, empty. Judge Mercer asked if he understood the consequences. Brett said yes. She asked if anyone had coerced him into this plea. Brett said no. She asked if he had anything to say to the victim's family. Brett looked at Claire for the first time. His face was hollow, aged 10 years in the past 6 months. "I'm sorry," he said. The words sounded genuine, but Claire felt nothing. Sorry was what you said when you spilled coffee or missed an appointment. Sorry didn't cover murdering an 81-year-old man in his sleep for money. Judge Mercer sentenced him to 30 years to life. Brett would be 68 before his first parole hearing. Given the nature of the crime, given his lack of genuine remorse beyond the strategic allocution, given that he'd only cooperated to avoid a longer sentence, the parole board would likely deny him until he was much older if they granted it at all. He'd die in Wyoming State Penitentiary in Rawlins, maybe 15 miles from the cabin where he'd killed Ray. The symmetry of it felt right. Diane's case went to trial. She didn't take a plea. Her attorneys argued that she'd had no knowledge of Brett's plan to murder Ray, that she'd only helped with the property acquisition strategy, that she shouldn't be held responsible for her son's independent criminal acts. The jury didn't buy it. They convicted her of accessory to murder after the fact, conspiracy to defraud, and obstruction of justice. Judge Mercer sentenced her to 18 years. Diane would be 89 when she got out, if she lived that long. Michael Hastings pleaded guilty to conspiracy charges and was sentenced to 3 years, most of which would be served under house arrest given his cooperation. He lost everything else: his law license, his practice, his reputation, but he'd helped bring down Brett and Titan, and that counted for something. The Titan executives fought their cases, but the evidence from the thumb drive was overwhelming. Richard Voss got 25 years for conspiracy to commit murder and RICO violations. The other executives got sentences ranging from 8 to 15 years. Titan Mineral Corporation filed for bankruptcy and ceased operations. The company that had hunted Ray's property for nearly 50 years was gone. And Claire sat in the cabin that evening after the sentencing, after all of it was done, with Sophie asleep upstairs and Frank back in Rawlins but still checking in weekly. She thought about justice, about how it wasn't clean or perfect or satisfying in the way movies made it seem. It was just consequences. People who'd done evil things facing the results of their choices. Brett in prison, Diane in prison, Titan destroyed. Ray's murder avenged not through violence, but through the slow, grinding machinery of law. She walked out onto the porch. The evening was warm, late August in Wyoming, the kind of night where you could feel autumn coming but summer wasn't quite done. The stars were coming out, scattered across the sky in the familiar patterns she'd learned over the past year. The creek ran over rocks. The wind moved through the pines. The mountains stood dark against the western sky. And Claire Brennan, 37 years old, holding land worth $340 million that had cost her everything and given her everything, stood in the place Ray had protected and felt something close to peace. The wolves were gone. The line had held, and now it was time to decide what came next. Titan Mineral Corporation filed for bankruptcy protection 3 weeks after Richard Voss was arrested, the company collapsing under the weight of criminal charges, shareholder lawsuits, and the revelation that its entire business model had been built on fraud and intimidation. The bankruptcy court appointed a trustee to liquidate assets and distribute whatever remained to creditors. There wasn't much. Most of Titan's value had been tied up in speculative mineral rights acquisitions that depended on pressuring landowners into selling below market rates. Once the pressure tactics were exposed, once the pattern of corporate malfeasance became public, every one of those deals fell apart. Property owners hired attorneys. Contracts were challenged. Sales were voided. Titan's entire portfolio dissolved like sugar in hot water. But before the company went under completely, Sarah Whitfield filed a civil lawsuit on Claire's behalf. Wrongful death, intentional infliction of emotional distress, conspiracy to commit fraud, tortious interference with inheritance rights. She filed it in federal court under RICO statutes, asking for treble damages, which meant every dollar of actual harm could be multiplied by 3. The lawsuit named Titan, named Richard Voss personally, named every executive who'd been involved in the conspiracy to acquire Ray's property. It asked for $200 million in compensatory and punitive damages. The bankruptcy trustee, a sharp-eyed attorney from Denver named Catherine Reeves who'd spent 20 years untangling corporate fraud cases, reviewed the evidence and came to Sarah with a settlement offer. The criminal case against Voss and the other executives was airtight. The company's liability was clear. Fighting the civil suit would just drain whatever assets remained and leave nothing for anyone. She proposed a settlement. $24 million paid from Titan's remaining insurance policies and liquidated assets. It was less than Claire could potentially win at trial, but it was guaranteed money, paid immediately, no appeals, no years of litigation. Sarah brought the offer to Claire on a cold morning in October, nearly 14 months after Claire had received that first text message in the Walmart parking lot. They sat at the cabin's kitchen table, the same table where so many conversations had happened over the past year, so many decisions made. $24 million, Sarah said. That's real money, Claire. Life-changing money. And it comes with an additional $50 million fund held in trust for environmental cleanup and community restoration, administered independently. Titan has to publicly admit wrongdoing. They have to apologize, and they're permanently banned from operating in Wyoming for 50 years. Claire thought about the number, $24 million. A year ago, it would have seemed like all the money in the world. It would have seemed like the answer to every problem she'd ever had. Now it just seemed like money. Important, yes. Necessary, absolutely. But not the thing that mattered most. What about the mineral rights? She asked. Do they want those as part of the settlement? No, Sarah said. The settlement is purely damages for the harm they caused. The mineral rights stay yours. What you do with them is your decision. And that was the question, wasn't it? What to do with $340 million worth of molybdenum and rare earth elements sitting beneath 640 acres of Wyoming high country? Claire had been thinking about it for months, ever since the day Dr. Helen Marsh had testified in court and made that number public. $340 million. She could sell the mineral rights outright to a responsible mining company, walk away with generational wealth, never have to worry about money again. She could lease the rights, take royalties, let someone else handle the extraction while she collected checks. She could do nothing, leave the minerals in the ground, preserve the land exactly as Ray had left it. Each option had its appeal. Each option had its cost. And Claire had been wrestling with them all, trying to figure out what Ray would have wanted, what the right choice was, what she could live with when Sophie asked her years from now why she'd made the decisions she'd made. She'd started having conversations, not with mining companies trying to buy her out, but with people who understood land and legacy and the long-term consequences of extraction. She'd talked to environmental lawyers. She'd talked to tribal elders from the Wind River Reservation who'd seen what mining did to land and water and communities. She'd talked to ranchers who'd leased their mineral rights and regretted it, who'd watched their land torn apart for profit that mostly flowed to corporations in other states. She'd talked to geologists and hydrologists and wildlife biologists who explained what large-scale mining meant for watersheds and ecosystems. And she'd talked to a man named Walter Tran, the CEO of a company called Rocky Mountain Molybdenum LLC, based in Butte, Montana. Walter was maybe 55 years old, Vietnamese-American, second generation, an engineer by training who'd grown up in the shadow of the Berkeley pit and understood what irresponsible mining did to communities and landscapes. He was blunt-spoken in the way engineers often are, someone who dealt in facts and numbers and physical reality instead of spin and marketing. He'd built his company's reputation around responsible development practices and community benefit agreements, had won awards from environmental groups that usually opposed mining, had been profiled in industry journals as someone doing it differently, doing it right. He'd reached out to Sarah after the trial ended, after Brett had pleaded guilty and Titan had imploded. Said he'd been following the case. Said he understood Claire was in a difficult position, that she had a resource everyone wanted but didn't have the expertise to develop it herself. Said he had a proposal if she was interested in hearing it. No pressure, no sales pitch, just a conversation between people who both cared about doing things the right way. They'd met at the cabin on a warm day in early September, Walter driving down from Montana in a 10-year-old Ford F-150 that had 200,000 miles on the odometer, and a dent in the passenger door from where he'd backed into a fence post on his own property. He'd gotten out wearing Wranglers and work boots and a flannel shirt, looking more like a ranch hand than a CEO. That had been deliberate, Claire realized later. Walter understood that showing up in a suit and a new truck would have triggered every defensive instinct she'd developed over the past year. So he'd shown up as himself, unpretentious and direct, someone who worked with his hands and understood the value of things that couldn't be quantified on a balance sheet. They'd walked the property together for 2 hours, Walter looking at the land with an engineer's eye but also with something softer, something that suggested he saw it as more than just a resource to be extracted. He'd knelt by the creek, tested the water temperature with his hand, looked at the gravel bed and nodded like he'd confirmed something. He'd examined the tree line, the slope of the land, the way water flowed during spring melt. He'd asked Claire about wildlife, about her plans for the property, about what mattered to her beyond money. She'd been honest with him in a way she hadn't been with anyone else who'd approached her about the minerals. Told him about Ray, about the lockbox and the index card, and the simple instruction to hold the line. Told him about Sophie, about wanting to give her daughter a different life, but also wanting to teach her that some things mattered more than profit. Told him about the responsibility she felt, the weight of knowing that her decisions would affect this land for generations after she was gone. Walter had listened without interrupting. Then he'd reviewed Dr. Marsh's geological assessment, had asked technical questions about core sample depths and mineralization patterns and rare earth concentrations, had run calculations on his phone, had made notes in a worn notebook he pulled from his shirt pocket. And finally, he'd sat at the kitchen table and told Claire something different from what every other mining company had told her over the past year. "I don't want to buy your land," he'd said. His voice was level, matter-of-fact, like he was stating an engineering principle rather than making a business proposal. "And I don't want you to sign away your mineral rights for a royalty that sounds good, until you realize the company's accounting team has figured out 17 ways to classify costs as capital expenses that reduce your net proceeds to almost nothing. I've seen those deals. Hell, I've signed those deals on behalf of mining operations I worked for before I started my own company. They're designed to extract maximum value while compensating the landowner minimally. That's standard practice in this industry. It's also wrong." He'd pulled out a folder, laid out a proposal he'd spent weeks developing. "What I'm proposing is real partnership," he'd said. "You retain 100% ownership of everything. Land, minerals, water rights, surface rights, all of it. Nothing transfers. Nothing gets sold. You remain in complete control. What you do is lease extraction rights to Rocky Mountain molybdenum under specific terms that we negotiate together, terms that protect what you care about and compensate you fairly for what we take from the ground, terms that build in environmental protections, community benefits, long-term stewardship obligations, terms that treat this land as something valuable in itself, not just as a container for commodities we want to extract." Claire had spent weeks reviewing the proposal. Sarah had brought in Gregory Aldi's, the natural resources attorney who'd spent 20 years negotiating with mining companies on behalf of tribal nations and conservation groups. Gregory knew every trick in the book, every way companies tried to slip language into contracts that gave them rights they claimed weren't there, every accounting maneuver that turned 8% royalties into 2% actual payments. Together they'd gone through Walter's proposal line by line, questioned every clause, challenged every assumption, pushed back on terms that seemed reasonable until you thought about them for 10 years down the road when circumstances had changed and the language became a weapon. And what surprised Claire was that Walter welcomed the scrutiny, encouraged it, said he wanted the agreement to be strong enough to survive his own retirement, to survive changes in commodity prices, to survive corporate restructuring or acquisition. Said the whole point was to create something that would last. The negotiations took 3 months. Meetings at the cabin, meetings at Sarah's office in Jackson, conference calls with Gregory and Walter's attorneys, and mining engineers and environmental consultants. They worked through harvest season and into winter, through Thanksgiving and Christmas, through cold days when the creek froze at the edges, and the mountains disappeared into clouds that hung so low Claire could touch them from the porch. Walter's proposal was unlike anything Claire had seen. It treated the land as something worth protecting, not just as a resource to be extracted and abandoned. It acknowledged that mining had consequences and built those consequences into the cost structure. It gave Claire real power, real control, real partnership, rather than just signing away her rights and hoping the company would behave responsibly. Claire had spent October and November working with Sarah and Gregory to refine the proposal, to turn Walter's ideas into a legal structure that would hold up over decades, that would survive changes in market conditions and corporate leadership, that would protect what Ray had protected while allowing the minerals to be developed in a way that benefited real people, instead of just enriching distant shareholders. The final structure they created was called the Brennan Conservation and Mining Trust. It was a hybrid entity, part land trust, part mineral rights holding company, part community benefit corporation. Claire retained 100% ownership of the land. She would never sell it, never surrender control of it. But she leased the mineral extraction rights to Rocky Mountain molybdenum under terms so specific and protective that Walter's own attorneys had called them the most restrictive mining agreement they'd ever seen. The lease limited extraction to 40% of the total deposit, roughly 7 million pounds of molybdenum. The remaining 60%, approximately 10 million pounds, would be permanently reserved, never mined, held in perpetuity as a strategic reserve or as a legacy for future generations who might need it more than this one did. The lease term was 25 years. After that, all mining ceased, regardless of whether the 40% cap had been reached. The land would be restored, reclaimed, returned to something resembling its original state. All surface land, the full 640 acres, would be placed under a conservation easement held by the Wyoming Stock Growers Land Trust, an organization that had been protecting working ranches and open space for over 40 years. The easement meant the land could never be developed, could never be subdivided, could never be sold for anything except agriculture or conservation purposes. It would remain open space forever, regardless of who owned it, regardless of what happened to Claire or Sophie or their descendants. The financial terms gave Claire a 22% royalty on all extracted minerals. At current market rates for molybdenum oxide, with the rare earth elements valued separately, the projected revenue over 25 years was between $18 and $26 million depending on market conditions. Roughly $700,000 to $1 million annually, not the $340 million she could have gotten by selling outright. But enough, more than enough. Enough to live well, to give Sophie every opportunity, to support the community, to honor Ray's legacy. Rocky Mountain Molybdenum committed to hiring 60% of their workforce from Carbon County. Local people, local jobs, local economic impact that would stay in Wyoming instead of flowing to Houston or Denver or Phoenix. They committed to paying prevailing wages, providing benefits, training programs for people who wanted to learn mining skills. They committed to $500,000 annually to the Carbon County School District for STEM education programs. They committed to environmental monitoring, water quality testing, habitat restoration. The agreement required a $40 million reclamation bond held in trust, money that could only be used to restore the land after mining ceased. It required annual reporting to an independent oversight board that included a tribal elder from the Crow Nation, a rancher from Carbon County, a wildlife biologist from the University of Wyoming, and one member chosen directly by Claire. It required Rocky Mountain Molybdenum to stop all operations immediately if water quality fell below specified standards, if wildlife populations showed measurable decline, if any endangered species were detected on or near the mining area. Walter had told the Wall Street Journal, when they'd interviewed him about the agreement, that it was the most thoughtful mineral extraction partnership he'd reviewed in 20 years of running mining operations. He'd said it without resentment, without complaint, like he understood that this was what responsible development looked like, and he was honored to be part of it. Claire signed the final documents in December, 1 year and 1 week after she'd driven from the Walmart parking lot to meet Michael Hastings and learned she'd inherited property that would change her life. Sarah and Gregory and Walter witnessed the signatures. The trust was official. The land was protected. The minerals would be developed responsibly. Ray's legacy would continue. The first payment from Rocky Mountain Molybdenum arrived in January, a signing bonus and first quarterly royalty combined. $1.2 million deposited into the trust's operating account. Claire looked at the balance on her phone and felt nothing like what she'd expected to feel. No euphoria, no relief, no sense of having won or succeeded or achieved something, just quiet satisfaction. The money wasn't the point. The money had never been the point. The point was that she'd held the line. She'd protected what Ray had protected. She'd made decisions based on values instead of fear, and now the work could begin. She drove to Rawlins on a cold January morning with an envelope in her passenger seat. Found Frank Coulter at his apartment, a small one-bedroom place near the Walmart where he'd worked for 15 years. Frank was getting ready for his shift, had his Broncos cap on, his vest laid out on the bed. He looked surprised to see Claire at his door. "Can I come in?" she asked. Frank stepped aside, led her into an apartment that was exactly what she'd expected. Neat, spare, masculine. Furniture that had been functional 20 years ago and was still functional now. A television, a worn recliner, a small kitchen table. Photographs on the wall showing a younger Frank in uniform Vietnam era, standing with other soldiers whose faces were frozen in the particular expression young men get when they're trying to look tough while being scared out of their minds. Claire sat at the table. Frank sat across from her, waiting. She pulled out the envelope, set it on the table between them. "This is for you," she said, "for everything you did, for watching out for us when we had nothing, for pulling night watch when someone was trying to scare us off, for being there when nobody else was." Frank looked at the envelope but didn't touch it. "Claire, you don't owe me anything." "Yes, I do," she said. "You saw us, Frank. When we were invisible to everyone else, you saw us. That matters." She pushed the envelope toward him. "It's $100,000. I know it's not enough to really thank you for what you did, but it's what I can do." Frank opened the envelope with his one hand, moving with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd spent 50 years adapting. Saw the check. Looked at Claire with something in his eyes she'd never seen before. Something wet. "Claire," he said, His voice came out rough. "You can retire," she said. "You don't have to work night shift at Walmart anymore. You don't have to live in a one-bedroom apartment counting pennies. You can do whatever you want. Fish, travel, sit on your porch and watch the mountains. Whatever brings you peace." Frank set the check down carefully, like it might break. Then he did something Claire hadn't expected. He cried. Just sat at his kitchen table with his Broncos cap on and his one hand flat on the table and cried like a man who'd spent too many years being strong and was finally allowed to break. Claire waited, let him have the moment. When Frank got control back, he said, "You didn't have to do this." "Yeah, I did," Claire said. "Because when someone sees you when you're drowning, when someone throws you a rope without asking for anything back, you remember that. You honor that. So that's what I'm doing, honoring what you did." She drove back to Rawlins the next week and found Tom Hendricks at his small investigation office above a bail bonds company on Cedar Street. Tom was semi-retired, only taking cases he found interesting, spending most of his time fishing and visiting grandkids. But he'd put in weeks of work on the Ray Brennan case, had uncovered evidence that made the prosecution possible, had done it for Sarah's standard investigator rate, which was a fraction of what he could have charged. Claire had brought another envelope. "Tom," she said, "I want to hire you." Tom leaned back in his desk chair, curious. "For what?" "Security manager for the Brennan Trust," she said. $85,000 a year, health insurance, retirement contribution. Your job is to make sure nobody messes with the property, nobody tries to intimidate us, nobody tries to recreate what Brett and Titan did. You'd work maybe 10 hours a week, mostly just keeping an eye on things, being available if we need you." Tom looked at her for a long moment. Then he smiled, the first real smile she'd seen from him. "I'm 62 years old, Claire. I'm supposed to be fishing." "You can fish on the property," Claire said. "We've got a creek full of trout." Tom took the job, started the next month, drove out to the cabin twice a week, walked the perimeter, checked for trespassing signs, kept logs. Mostly he just sat on the porch with Frank when Frank visited and told stories about the old days when Carbon County had been wilder and the crimes had been simpler. Both of them getting paid good money to essentially be present, to be watchful, to be the kind of steady male presence that made bad people think twice. Claire used some of the settlement money to renovate the cabin, not by tearing it down and replacing it with something modern, but by repairing and extending what Ray had built. She hired a contractor from Sinclair who specialized in log home restoration, a man named Pete Garza who understood the value of preserving original materials and craftsmanship. Pete added 2 bedrooms and a real bathroom with a tub deep enough for Sophie to soak in after school. Added real insulation and double-pane windows and a backup propane furnace for the coldest nights. Put in a proper electrical system with a battery bank 3 times the size of Ray's original setup. Ran phone and internet lines so Sophie could do homework online and Claire could manage trust business without driving to town every time she needed to send an email. But Pete kept everything that mattered. The original log walls, hand-chinked by Ray over years of patient work. The wood stove in the corner, still the primary heat source, still fed with split pine from the endless pile Ray had left. The cast iron bell on the leather cord by the front door. The wind vane shaped like a pronghorn antelope that turned in the wind and caught light at sunset. The cabin was still recognizably Ray's cabin, just warmer, just safer. Just more suited to raising a daughter who deserved better than frost on the inside of windows. Sophie's bedroom had windows facing the meadow where the deer came at dusk. She'd covered one wall with her drawings, a year's worth of Wyoming wildlife rendered in pencil and colored pencil and charcoal. Horses still dominated, but there were pronghorn antelope now, elk, a golden eagle she'd seen hunting over the creek, the mountains in different seasons and different lights. Her artwork had gotten better, more confident. the proportions more accurate, the details more observed. She was growing into herself in a way Claire hadn't seen when they'd been living in the car, when survival had taken all their energy and left nothing for things like art or dreams or becoming. Sophie was 9 now, nearly 10, in 4th grade at Sinclair Elementary. She had friends, real friends, kids who came over to the cabin for sleepovers and drew with her and hiked in the meadow, and didn't care that Sophie's family had been homeless a year ago. She had a teacher who recognized her talent, who'd submitted some of Sophie's drawings to a statewide youth art competition, where Sophie had won 2nd place in her age category. She wanted to study environmental science when she got to college, wanted to be a wildlife biologist like the woman on the Trust's oversight board, wanted to spend her life protecting the kind of places she'd learned to love. Claire had enrolled in online business courses through the University of Wyoming, learning how to manage a trust, how to read financial statements, how to negotiate with mining companies and conservation organizations and government agencies. She discovered she was good at it. That years of managing dental office schedules and inventory and insurance billing had prepared her for the administrative work of stewardship better than any MBA program could have. She was building something. Not for herself, for Sophie, for the community, for everyone who'd been harmed by people like Titan who saw land as commodity instead of legacy. Rocky Mountain molybdenum broke ground on the mine in March. 2 years and some months after that first text message had lit up Claire's phone in the Walmart parking lot at 2:43 in the morning. The groundbreaking wasn't a corporate photo opportunity with politicians and ribbon cutting. It was a quiet Tuesday morning with Walter and his lead engineer, a woman named Sarah Chen who designed the extraction system, walking the site with survey equipment and orange flagging tape. Claire had driven out to watch, had brought Sophie who was home from school for spring break. The mine site was 3 miles from the cabin, carefully positioned after months of geological and environmental study. Walter had insisted on using ground-penetrating radar to map the full extent of the deposit before deciding where to start extraction, had hired hydrologists to model groundwater flow and ensure mining wouldn't affect the watershed that fed the creek running through Claire's property, had consulted with wildlife biologists to avoid elk calving areas and eagle nesting sites. The location they'd chosen was on a slight rise, screened by a ridge from the cabin, positioned so prevailing winds would carry any dust away from residential areas. Sarah Chen explained the extraction process to Claire and Sophie, kneeling in the dirt with a stick and drawing diagrams the way engineers do when they're trying to make complex systems understandable. Instead of open pit mining, which would have torn apart the surface and left a permanent scar, they were using a technique called block cave mining. Drill down to the deposit from the surface. Create a controlled cave underground. Let the ore break and fall by gravity. Extract it through tunnels. The surface disruption would be minimal, mostly just the drilling area and the processing facility. No massive hole in the ground. No tailings ponds full of chemical slurry. No moonscape visible from satellite. The processing would happen on site using a system Walter had pioneered in Montana, a closed-loop water recycling process that recovered 98% of the water used and eliminated the need for settling ponds that could leak into groundwater. The molybdenum concentrate would be trucked out in sealed containers to a smelter in Nevada. The rare earth elements would be separated and shipped to a processing facility Walter was building in partnership with a Montana university, creating value-added jobs instead of just exporting raw material to China the way most American rare earth operations did. The first payroll went out to 84 employees in April. Walter had kept his promise about local hiring. 52 of the 84 were Carbon County residents, people Claire recognized from Rawlins and Sinclair. Tom Morrison's nephew got hired as an equipment operator. Corinne Delaney's boyfriend got a job in the processing facility. The daughter of the woman who ran the coffee shop on Cedar Street got hired as an environmental compliance monitor, putting her environmental science degree from University of Wyoming to use doing actual field work instead of waiting tables, while sending out job applications to companies that never responded. The average wage was $68,000 a year plus full benefits, health insurance, dental, vision, retirement contribution matching up to 6%. In a county where median household income was $42,000, where young people left for Cheyenne or Denver or out of state because there was nothing to stay for, those 52 jobs meant 52 families could stay, could buy houses, could put down roots, could build lives in the place they'd grown up instead of becoming economic refugees seeking opportunity in cities where the cost of living consumed everything they earned. The economic impact rippled through Carbon County like concentric circles from a stone dropped in still water. The hardware stores saw increased business, sold more tools and equipment and supplies. The grocery stores hired more staff to handle increased customer volume. The gas stations on the highway saw more traffic. The motels filled up with contract workers and consultants and visiting engineers. Small businesses that had been barely surviving started to thrive. The climbing gym that had been struggling reopened under new management and added climbing walls and training programs. The coffee shop on Cedar Street expanded into the vacant space next door and hired 3 more baristas. The Mexican restaurant that had been takeout only added table service and a patio. The school district received its first $500,000 annual contribution from Rocky Mountain Molybdenum in June. The superintendent, a careful woman named Dr. Patricia Vance, who'd been managing declining enrollment and shrinking budgets for 15 years, used the money to hire 3 new science teachers, to buy lab equipment that hadn't been in the budget since 2008, to start a robotics program that let kids design and build and compete. She started a scholarship fund for Carbon County students pursuing STEM degrees. She brought in visiting scientists to talk about careers in geology, engineering, environmental science, all the fields that mining required, but that kids in rural Wyoming never saw represented in career days or guidance counselor offices. Test scores started improving. Enrollment started growing as families who'd been planning to move away decided to stay. The high school started winning regional science fairs and robotics competitions. Kids who'd expected to graduate and leave for cities started thinking about how they could get degrees and come back, how they could build careers in Carbon County doing work that mattered. Claire watched all of this unfold from the periphery, not as the architect but as the person who'd made the first decision that allowed everything else to happen. She watched and understood what Ray had understood 46 years earlier, that the value of land wasn't just what you could extract from it and convert to cash. It was what it could support over generations if you protected it, what it could give to communities if you didn't treat it as disposable, what it could mean to kids growing up in a place that felt like it had a future instead of a place that felt like it was dying slow and nobody cared enough to save it. One evening in late September, 2 years and some months after that first text message, 2 years after Sophie had drawn horses in the backseat of a Honda Pilot while they lived in a parking lot, and Claire had wondered if they'd ever have a home again. Claire sat on the cabin's wraparound porch in the cooling air, watching the sun go down behind the Medicine Bow Range. The temperature had dropped from maybe 70 degrees at midday to 50 now. That perfect Wyoming evening where you needed a jacket but didn't need to go inside, where the air smelled like pine and coming autumn and the particular sweetness of native grasses going dormant for winter. Sophie came out and sat next to her, settling into the spot she'd claimed as hers over 2 years of evenings like this, leaning into Claire's shoulder the way she'd done since she was small. the way she still did when she wanted comfort or connection, or just proximity to the person she loved most in the world. She was bigger now, nearly 10, growing into the lanky preteen stage where legs got long before the rest of the body caught up. Her dark hair was loose instead of braided, falling past her shoulders, and she wore jeans and a sweatshirt from the Carbon County School District robotics team she'd joined this year. The mountains were already getting their first significant snow at the high elevations, white caps visible against the deepening blue of evening sky. The peaks looked sharp, defined, the kind of clarity you only get when autumn air is cold and dry and hasn't picked up the dust and haze of summer. The creek caught the last horizontal light and turned it into something silver and alive, the water making that constant sound that had become the soundtrack of their lives here, the sound Claire fell asleep to and woke up to, the sound that meant safety and permanence and home. The deer were out in the meadow, 3 of them, probably, hard to tell at this distance in failing light. They might have been the same 3 that had been there the first day Claire and Sophie had visited the cabin 2 years ago. Or maybe different deer, maybe daughters of those deer, maybe a whole lineage of deer that would keep coming to this meadow to graze, as long as the meadow remained open and protected, and nobody built houses or fences or shopping centers where grass and wildflowers had grown for 10,000 years. Sophie had her sketch pad in her lap but wasn't drawing yet, just sitting, watching, absorbing the scene the way artists do when they're deciding what matters, what needs to be captured, what can be left to memory. She'd gotten so much better over the past 2 years. Her drawings had evolved from enthusiastic but proportionally questionable renderings of horses to sophisticated wildlife studies that showed real understanding of anatomy and movement and light. Her art teacher at school, a woman named Mrs. Reeves who'd studied at the Art Institute of Chicago before moving back to Wyoming to be closer to aging parents, said Sophie had genuine talent, said she should consider art school when the time came, said she had the observational skills and the patience and the willingness to revise that separated hobbyists from artists. Mom, Sophie said. Her voice was quiet, thoughtful, the tone she used when she'd been thinking about something for a while and was finally ready to articulate it. Yeah, Claire said. Are we okay now? The question hung in the evening air, simple and enormous, containing within it everything they'd been through and everything they'd survived and everything they'd become. Claire thought about that question, about all the ways it could be answered, about how much had changed in 2 years, about sleeping in a Walmart parking lot with $8 in a checking account versus sitting on the porch of a renovated cabin with millions in the bank and land that would never be taken from them, about fear versus peace, about survival versus thriving. Yeah, she said, we're okay. She thought about Ray, who she'd barely known but who'd known her well enough to trust her with everything, who'd spent 46 years alone protecting land he believed was worth protecting, who'd been murdered for it, who'd left it to her with a simple instruction. Hold the line. She'd held it, through harassment and threats and legal battles and murder investigations, through offers that would have set her up for life, through temptations to take the easy money and walk away. She'd held the line because that's what Ray had believed she would do, and in holding it she discovered something about herself she hadn't known was there, that she was strong enough to fight, that she was stubborn enough to win, that she was principled enough to choose stewardship over greed. The wind picked up, moving through the clearing with that sound like distant water. The wind vane on the roof turned slowly, the pronghorn antelope silhouette catching the last light. Somewhere an elk bugled, the sound carrying across miles of open country, wild and lonely and beautiful. Do you ever think about Uncle Ray? Sophie asked, about what he'd think of all this. Every day, Claire said, every single day. Do you think he'd be proud? Claire looked at the land spreading out before them. The meadow, the creek, the mountains, the conservation easement that would protect it forever, the mining operation 3 miles away providing good jobs to people who needed them, the trust fund for domestic violence housing she'd established with some of the Titan settlement, named the Raymond J. Brennan Fund, helping women and children escape situations like the one she'd fled from Travis. The community that was rebuilding around the economic impact of responsible development, instead of being destroyed by corporate extraction. The daughter next to her who was safe and warm, and had every chance to become whoever she wanted to be. Yeah, Claire said, I think he would be. Sophie was quiet for a moment, thinking. Then she said, I'm going to draw this. The mountains and the sunset and the deer. I'm going to draw it and put it on my wall so I remember what it looked like right now. That's perfect, Claire said. Sophie went inside to get her sketch pad. Claire stayed on the porch, watching the light fade, watching the stars begin to appear in the darkening sky. She thought about a story Ray had started 2 years ago with a decision to leave everything to a woman he'd barely known. About how that decision had set in motion events that had nearly destroyed her but had ultimately saved her. About how legacy wasn't always about money or possessions. Sometimes it was about choices. About believing someone had the strength to do what needed doing, even when they didn't believe it themselves. Ray had believed in her before she'd believed in herself, had seen something in her that she'd needed a year of fighting to discover, had given her not just land and minerals and wealth, but the opportunity to prove she was the person he'd thought she was. The person her grandmother Helen had raised her to be. Someone who stood up for what was right even when it cost her. Someone who fixed broken things instead of walking away. Someone who held the line. The creek kept running, that constant sound that had been here before Ray, before Claire, before any of them. That would be here after. The mountain stood dark against the sky, permanent and indifferent and beautiful. And Claire Brennan, who'd been homeless and hopeless and drowning 2 years ago, sat on the porch of her home on land that would never be taken from her, and felt something she hadn't felt in longer than she could remember. She felt grateful, not for the money, though the money mattered, not for the property, though the property was beautiful, but for the chance to become the person Ray had believed she could be, for the opportunity to give Sophie a different life than the one Claire had been giving her in that parking lot, for the knowledge that when tested, when pushed to the absolute edge, when given every reason to fold and take the easy path, she'd stood firm. She'd fought. She'd won. That was worth more than $340 million. That was worth everything. The bell by the front door shifted on its leather cord, moved by wind or by something unseen, and made a single clear note that hung in the air for a moment before fading. Claire smiled, stood up, went inside where Sophie was already sketching at the kitchen table, her pencil moving across paper, capturing the moment before it disappeared. This is a story about what gets passed down. Not always money, not always houses or land. Sometimes it's something harder to see but more important to hold. A question asked without words. When they come for what's yours, do you fight or do you fold? When you have nothing and someone gives you everything, do you protect it or sell it? When you're tested, really tested, down to your absolute core, who do you become? Raymond Brennan spent 46 years answering that question alone in the mountains of Wyoming. Claire Brennan spent 2 years answering it with a daughter by her side and wolves at her door. Neither of them did it for the money. They did it because some things are worth protecting, because land matters, because legacy matters, because ordinary people, when pushed to the edge, when given a reason to fight, are capable of extraordinary things. The stars came out over Wyoming. The mountains stood watch. The creek ran clear and cold over rocks that had been there 10,000 years and would be there 10,000 more. And in a hand-built cabin at the edge of a meadow where deer grazed and eagles hunted, a woman and her daughter lived the life that had been protected for them by a man they'd barely known but would never forget. The line had held. The wolves were gone, and the land endured.